I'm sorry, guys. Twitch, that's the first time it's happened in a long, long, long time. I should have realized when I got your text that I wasn't streaming. But I didn't realize that Twitch actually kicked me out. That's never happened before. In a long time. It's literally never happened before. It's only when I seen the symbol on my screen I realized, you know, that I actually wasn't streaming. My apologies, guys. But if you ever see a stream cut like that, it's I got kicked out by Twitch. Oh my. Yeah, I got a message. I got your message, Tigger. But you see, as I was doing that, I was responding to messages in chat. You know what I mean? They didn't say that my stream stopped. And because I was pausing to answer the messages, I thought you were getting a blank screen. I totally didn't realize I was kicked out. Yeah, I think that's what it might be, Mike. But I've never seen that happen in the longest time. I used to get that a lot, guys. Remember, every 2 hours on a bad, well, not a bad internet, on a Wi-Fi connection. But I've never had it since I absolutely upgraded the whole system. Hmm. But as I was getting the messages, I thought that's why you couldn't see me. I was answering them on Xbox. No, that was Twitch, guys. That was Twitch. Okay, this seems to work. Oh, please say we get this one on without a hassle. Okay, we're lucky. We're really lucky there now. We'll just go with the concrete for a moment. No, that was Twitch. Internet is fine. At least I think it is. Who knows? Could be the internet, my internet. It's possible. You know, if there's a tiny break in the internet, even for a second, it will knock you off Twitch. Might be. You see, we can get away with murder with this. There, everyone's okay. Oh, I want to go across there in a moment anyway with a certain kind of tiling. Isn't it a pity we see you could, I suppose, to what I have, and that's a pretty big area, but still, we'll worry about that when we need to. Now, where's my bed? Okay, we've got this fixed. Even if we have to put back the grass, that's something we can do. It's not an impossibility. Yeah, Twitch glitch. It's 5G, but real 5G. It's not just its name. It's Vodafone 5G. Yeah. It's about, well, it averages about 490 and 120, I think. Depends. Here we go. We'll have a crack at this one. 6G, and it's very glitchy. Like, if they call their network 5G, they could be sued because they're not providing even anything, probably even close to 1G. It's just a name they're using. So there's no such thing as 6. So, you know, they can have that argument that nobody could conceivably believe it was 6G, so they get away with that. When a lot of people would think, oh, well, this must be 6G. Very shady company, to be honest. Very, very shady. Oh, here we go. And now this is where this is where I need to get this fit. There's a tiny possibility we'll have to double this stupid wall, but I think it could be done because we'll be coming across with the other guy here. You see it? It's very possible. We'd have to keep it pretty low, you know, like we've done here. Now, this is what I need to do. Well, yeah, it's pretty easy. We just come across from here. That would work. That would work. I think don't need to do anything too fancy here, but we're using these guys, aren't we? We are. Ah, I see. Okay, this is crazy. I need to get this to snap on here. Oh, come on, you nearly had it, dude. Oh, that's a pity. Come on. There. That's exactly what I'm looking for, guys. I'll do the bottom strut later. I'll do the bottom one a little later. There we go. Now, you'll see where I'm going with this. You see how we have this kind of look? I'm hopefully doing something with this. I'll drop this totally if I have to. You know what I mean? To about there. Kind of thing. We'll bring it right across here. We'll run it down here. And then I want to pop a glass section on this with a kind of arch. If you know what I mean. Your voice went very deep then, yeah? A shady company, so an internet. Oh, totally, yeah. They've called their service, Mike, 6G, when in fact it gives, I don't even think it gives 1G. But its name is 6G. Now, if it called itself 5G, which there is a 5G service, it would probably be sued for being misleading. But because it called itself 6G and there's no such thing, that's like calling yourself an £11 note. You know, nobody's going to say, well, that's real money, you know. So they can get away with that. And they will get the odd person who just kind of looks at it and said, oh, 6G, well, you know, that's better than 5, it's one higher. You know, but I don't know, I think it's a bad name. You know. Oh yeah, Virgin would be. Virgin would be. No, I could probably go with something like this, but we would kind of suffer a tiny bit on this, especially here. So I'll have to work out something with that. But for the time being, let me cover this guy in. Let me cover this guy. Okay, let's see how we go with that. We can change the side guide a moment if we have to. This will give us a perfect... You see where I want to go with this? You know what I mean? Now obviously our ultimate problem will be the bits... the capping. But if push comes to shove, we'll just pull back the grass and we'll place them by hand. You will end up... I will end up falling asleep. Ah. It's a pity I couldn't use some kind of nice wood for this. This would really kind of look the part. But marble is what we have, so we'll go with the marble. Once I get this little guy in, I'll show you my plans for this. But it'll start to come around pretty quick, obviously, until we get to the decorating and designing. Surrounded by my fluffy hair and soothing voice. Now, let me see. Okay. Oh, we missed a few bits, guys. How did I manage that? Okay. Wasn't paying attention. Everywhere, look. Good night, everyone. Much love. And thanks for stopping by, Terry. I appreciate it. Hope you get a good rest and take care and stay safe, Terry. Bye. Now. Landscape. Pre-war. That's the guy there. Oh my good God. Okay, we'll be doing a lot in there, won't we? Yeah. You know how we'll be working that one. They're not a great snapper, are they? I don't know. Do I wanna... I don't know, could we afford... We'll see in a moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No. I'll fill out the hardware later, I think. In the meantime, we'll keep going if we have to remove a back section. It's not that hard. There. Ah, I see. Well, at least that one doesn't give me any hassle. Well, we need that for the crossover on the other side. You see what I'm going to attempt in a moment. It shouldn't be too high because it's an exact level. But if we can keep it, you know, let's say, without it coming out too much, I totally think it might work. Oh. There. There we go. We'll fill in all that ugliness a little later. Okay. Yeah, kind of tempted to use the round corners, but that will kind of hinder us on the glass, I think. Especially on the inside corners. Impossible. So we're beating it into shape quickly, but that's just the start, so still a lot to do. Still a lot to achieve. So, anybody been up to anything interesting today? Oh, we went straight through that tree. Cool. Not much different from me, the same old thing really. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now this is the biggie. We'll see if this works. This might ultimately be my problem, but okay, we do one more new save. We'll see how it goes. I suppose if I bring some kind of pathway, I might get away with it. But I'm thinking, you know, it's gonna have to be a half pathway, you know? Not really, just, yeah, same here. Same here. Exactly the same. This is how this would have to be. But it's this thing that's kind of killing me, to be honest. I would have to turn this as well, you know, on the other side. The glitchy flashing thing is not to my liking, but let's see if we can do something about that. Yeah, it's a serious problem. I could lift this piece a bit, but my god, it would have to be so accurate. Now, one of these could be kind of worked on, let's say, with this simple little Well, we won't be using that one, but... it will basically be something like that. But even at that, it's just covering a half piece, you know what I mean? We'd have to lift this somehow. Oh, hi Ice Dragon. How are you? Which for a single man with no kids is uninteresting at best. How are you, Ice Dragon? Hope you've been keeping well. Yeah, we're trying to figure out a system here on this settlement. This is my idea, but I totally want to go with this. Although it might be a little big. Okay, let's say we make a little tiny sacrifice here, guys, but I think it's not going to make much of a difference. Oh, no, guys, that's not bad. That's actually not bad. But you see my problem here? You see, I can cover this with a pathway and it comes in about half square. That would work. That would actually work. Okay. We change our little design. As long as it stops that glitching, I'm pretty good with it. So, how have you been, Ice Dragon? This is our latest one. This is 10 pounds. But, you know, the groundwork here was always brutal, so we're coming down on 3 sections, but it's so far giving us a little bit of a problem. Even though it's 3 sections, our wall system will have to be pretty consistent, or it's going to look horrible. But I think I might have a kind of fix. I wanted to go easy on this, but I think maybe now we have no choice. Right, let's see. Gotta be here somewhere. I think it's this one, and then here it is. Excuse me. We're just getting this ready to go. We just replaced that one. Kind of. Hopefully. There. Now. I don't have to come in our half piece. There, we don't need that guy anymore. Let's see if we can get this stupid guy working. Okay, this is not a bad plan, guys. Just stopping the glitching. The only thing is I've got to turn this. Okay. There is one way of doing this. And we use our little helpers. And that will give us a turn, I think, from the other side. There. There. Yeah, this might work anyway. It exposes more of the wall, I think. That's what I'm really looking for, you know. Oh, Lucas. Here we can go with our, you know, the other stuff that we're using. And I want to show you in a moment what I want to do with this guy. Not really meant for this, but I think we might be able to get away with this one. It's definitely wide enough for what I want, which is kind of a good thing. Come on, don't be like that. We'll get this line fixed and I'll see if I can carry on with it. Yeah, it can be a bit tough sometimes to get these on the other side. Okay. Might be kind of impossible, maybe. There. Perfect, perfect. We're back on track. We're back on track. Yeah. Obviously that won't be hard to do in the red zone. So that's what I'm thinking there. So obviously we go down here, now I'll sort that one out later. Oh, in the red zone. Of course. I'll fit the other guys in a moment. Some of them are giving me trouble. Oh, of course, I have no wall there, that's why. So, let's see if I can find this other stuff. Well, here I'll be doing something like this. And we bring the pad round. I've got the other little pieces. That might work, I suppose. These guys here. I don't. I have something I can use on the other side as a trim later, maybe. But I'll worry about that later. You know, as we kind of go down this way. I'll have to find a snap on that as well eventually. But this is a half snap. This is not going to be easy. I'll probably have to half snap from here. I suppose another way of doing this would be to use a large piece. But then I'd be kind of committed to using this stuff and glitching it, and I'm not too sure if that would actually work. But it would be cool, wouldn't it? I'll have a look at that later. That would require a ton of glitching, but possible. Very, very possible. I think I know where I'm going with this now. Now, the finishing of the walls, let's say from here. This is where I had a kind of plan for. So, oh, okay, what time is this? Pretty dark. really bad weather. Now, right. Now I'll show you this piece. And whether we get it to snap correctly is another thing. And how it will look will be another thing as well. We'll try a few different things on this one. Where did I see this guy? Yeah. Oh, that's got an ugly top, hasn't it? Have we got anything a bit better than that? Oh, that's kind of... You see where I'm going with this? You see what I want to do with this guy? How do we snap this little guy? It would have to be pretty decent, wouldn't it? How did we do it before? Everything would have to snap, and then I could lash it off. This would have to be spot on. Yeah, it's a bit high, and then we could drop. Oh, I'll probably get a chance that way. But I'm telling you, this would have to be pretty accurate. It's a pity it's so high. It's extremely high. And it's on the wrong side. I don't know if we could guess this one, guys. It's a bit much for guessing. Let me see the other ones. We can get around this in some way. Bit high, isn't it? Interesting. I think I might have a plan. Okay, it's gonna take a bit to do this, but I think we can get a start on this one. Let's see if that as low as we can go. Yeah. Oh, we have a save anyway, so... Oh, I see. It's not really responding, is it? That's a pity. That is a real pity. I could totally do something like this, guys, but I don't think we'll get the snap we want. But either way, we're gonna have to try, aren't we? We could use that to start, and then yeah, that guy would work. It's kind of brutal. Oh, I see. It's a double side. Well, that makes a difference, doesn't it? That actually makes a difference, but it's a mile off. Yeah, totally a mile off. How do we get this to snap properly? I know I used it directly on the ground before. If I could get any kind of the other stuff I could not choose. This doesn't have a corner piece either, guys. Well, we have this junk, and we could glitch it, and I could probably work it from that. But ultimately, I don't think that's gonna do it for us. That is a pity. Oh, hang on. Oh, now that has potential. Maybe a bit high, but let's have a look. Yeah, it's so high. No, I think that's as good as it's gonna go, guys. You won't be putting those in. They're okay, I suppose. But you're talking about removing the wall on the other side for this setting to work. And I'm not sure if, you know, we could do that. Well, we're gonna find out, aren't we? We might have to change that stuff to the brown stuff again, but it's extremely hard to work with. It is, but what can we do? I think it looks reasonable. Looks reasonable. Except that we're talking about glitching that stupid thing. All things I'll have to sort later. Yeah, that's a horrible area to work on. Now, let's try these other guys. Let's see, does this give us any kind of look? I know, guys, it doesn't look too bad. I know we'll have to work on this, but especially getting this stupid thing to snap, but I think this has kind of a potential. But it kills our little plan for the two-tone, doesn't it? Maybe we could go with a two-tone on the inside, but it'll be a problem when we get to the garden. That's going to be a serious problem. Okay, let's say we go with this. Let's say this is our design. And to be honest, I don't think it's bad. The problem is implementing that throughout the entire settlement. I would have to put something on that as well, but that's not a biggie. Need another one on this, so we'll be coming down on this end. If I can place something on the outside of this wall, so we can keep that look on the inside. But I totally don't want to go with wallpaper. That would be silly. But it's possible. Yeah, that's not the right one. That's this one, isn't it? Yep. Okay, let's make a little snap area. Well, it's giving us a consistent snap anyway, so I think we can live with the consequences after that if, you know, we can keep it going at that level. At last then we could come in, or we could go, there's a nice cage, guys. I'm not sure if it would fit, but I never really tried it. Let me have a look. Here somewhere. No, I'm really sure it was around one of the trellis section. Where would that have been? Oh, back in gardening, I suppose. That kind of look. No, what a pity. You could even use that, guys. But I think, you know, with a bit of glitching, you could use two of these. I think it might work. Or we could go with that last. No, not many of them. It's just kind of a trellis kind of a thing. But I'm kind of jumping ahead on this. I should be trying to sort out this problem before I, you know, do anything else. Okay, let's see how many of these guys we can get in. I'll have to change the settings now again. But this is our best bet, guys, to get the effect that I'm looking for. It gives it a kind of Roman look, doesn't it? And it's just me with the aqueducts. We will come into major problems at the back. That's where the rework is going to come in. And then we'll be coming across with these guys, let's say, like this. And then, you know, the pathway will stop the glitching on this and we'll be coming out halfway. But I can see this work. I can see this work. Okay. Okay. Let's get down to business. The Romans. What have they done for us? Indoor plumbing, for starters. Although they probably stole that from some other culture. But still. Let me see. Alright, 2211, so... Right, we'll change the settings. I want a new save for this one. The big trade-off is when we get down here. That's the one I really want to see. That will be a massive trade-off. Okay, let's go for this one. Right. Now, let's see how this works in reality without that. There, these guys. See what I mean? This is fine. I don't choose the other one, but what we could do is we could do these. They're too high, which is a pity. They're perfect, aren't they? Isn't it a... Oh my. Isn't it a pity we couldn't, use the other ones? These ones, where are they? Little small guy. There. Now we could get some kind of a snapping edge on it. The only way that would snap would be there, and that's ridiculous. There's certain things. Actually, that's not the worst look in the world either, but I would prefer it to be lower. And if it doesn't give as much problems, I think that's the way to go. Which we could do something inside with our pool. We could make it like a little Roman bat, I suppose. I could manage that, I'd say. So, okay. Yeah. So I just give myself a long area of this guy, and then we'll see if we can push them down when we change the settings, and most importantly if we can add the other one to the outside. And then we'll know where we're going. As long as it doesn't glitch through, we have a decent chance. I want to keep that look in here if I can. This, I'll figure it out. And this was a bit bigger. I'd used the largest section like a kind of stream, but you want the likes of... Oh my god. Yeah, well, we know why that's happening, don't we? No. Yeah. Well, I think I know why that's happening. Something got to do with this. Oh, that one, obviously. Yeah, it is. Okay, we're talking about getting rid of this. This is going to make a lot of work for us, you know that? Yeah, we're at nothing with this. But I can't see why we can't pop it in a little later. Oh yeah. disaster, isn't it? But this can be done. This definitely can be done. Now, let me see. Oh yeah, we can fit it back. Now, we could do something like this, guys, on the outside. Which has a certain look, I suppose. Now let's try with this guy and see if that glitches true, or is it even possible? Not possible. Okay, good to know, good to know. So that would have to be our look. So we are absolutely kind of wasting our time with that. But if we go with the other one, could we do a little glitch on this side? And I definitely think we could. I know it's going to be a nasty one, but let's see. Wow. It does have a lot of problems, doesn't it? No. That guy is under no circumstances gonna work. Well, it's just as well. Okay, we go with the old school stuff. And what I might be able to do with that is we have a ton of statues that I think might work on that. And this is what we need to do. We need to be getting them in quickly. Okay, let's get these guys in as well. And then we'll work it. We'll do it section by section. Oh, I changed the settings, you stupid boy. Once we get our trees and plants and a pool, I think I'll go with a spa. We'll see. Yeah, I know what we'll have to do on that one. We'll have to glitch like mad, but still. And there's a lot of trees we'll have to negotiate as well. I'd even consider bringing that guy in one square to avoid that kind of messing. And if, do you know what? You know I'm totally tempted, guys, to do so. Well, let's see, it all depends on these, doesn't it? It really does. It doesn't look too bad. I'd like to keep as much room as possible, to be honest. Oh, you little monster. Hey, Croc. How are you today, mate? And it's good to see you. And good to see you too, Court. I'm sorry about that a moment ago. My Twitch kicked me out. That's really strange because I've never had that in over 12 months. But fine, thanks, and I hope you're doing well also. I just burned my arm with my cat tiger tattoo. I hope it's not a bad burn. I won't be so upset if my tat is burned. His ashes are in that tat. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Tigger. Hopefully it's just something light. Ah, that's good to hear, Court. We have a certain look for this that we might be able to do. But it's going to take a bit. I'm kind of pushing to use as much of this, settlement as we can. I don't want to take it in a square on the side, let's say, and one at the back. But oh, excuse me, my cold is getting the better of me. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. It's gonna be a chore, but it's very, very, very possible. Just gonna be a little bit annoying. So, what you been up to, Crow, today? Although it's early morning for you, isn't it? Oh, no problem, Tigger. There. Okay, we might get this, guys. It's not too bad with the trees, I think. Now we can kind of live with that. That is, in my opinion, way too high. It's the guys on the side we really need to work with, Oh, where's these little guys? I think we need to... I think it's something like that, to be honest. We're gonna find out in a moment, aren't we? Let's hope it clears up. Yeah, nicely. Just finished breakfast and was scrolling around interwebs. Oh, cool. It's starting to get a bit chilly where I am. I think we might have a cold winter. Okay, this seems to be a success, guys. I have a lot of messing to do, but... yeah, there needs to be... Oh, I stupidly see. One of them is not coming in enough. How are we to manage this? We put another one on the other side, I suppose. That's kind of ticking me off now, to be honest. How do we deal with that? They seem to be not in line, guys. Oh, okay, let's see. This is different. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. Getting this guy to snap properly is going to be nasty. Very, very nasty. There it is there. It's coming into about there. That one seems to be pretty much the same, guys. But I just can't seem to understand what's going on with this. Now, if I put one the other side and then, yeah, maybe. It's totally worth a try. I definitely have to figure out the corner pieces. It's going to be interesting here. It's starting to get too cold. I think I'll put this back on. It's just me having all the windows open. It's not really helping, but there. No, I do. Okay. Right. We'll see how these three guys go. Right. What are the ones we're looking for? Actually, don't really seem to be, do they? Oh, that's them, all right. And then we get another one on here. I think that's how it would work. Seems to be. Oh, really, Croc, come on. Where did you go? Oh, for God's sake. I don't know where it went, guys. God, this is stupid. Oh, there it is. No, I have to be getting that guy on here. There it is. I think that's the corner we're looking for, so we're gonna see. Let's see. Okay, now we're gonna have to change the settings again, but if it fixes up our corner, I'm kinda good with that one. Come on. Hmm. Ah. Yeah, you gotta love this. I can change the settings, but I want to get these guys in properly if I can. Okay, whatever. I had 2 cats and a dog and 10 chickens, roosters. Cool. Yeah, nice farm. Yeah. There. So let's see, guys. I think that's how we solve our corner problem. I think it's the only way around it. Ah, Croc. What a shame. Yeah, it does kind of solve our problem, but there's something sadly amiss here. Oh, for God's sake, I can't really see it. There's our... Well, the boats seem to be around the same distance. So how are we going to solve this little problem? Yeah, there's no way I can think of around this stupid problem. I obviously had this corner problem before, but I can't work out how I solved it. Oh my. 2 hens, we have enough room and plenty of chicken feed. Outlets, around. Oh, hi Parker. Hi, how are you? Hope you've been well. I must have a problem, like Maria. So, how have you been, Parker? We have a rough look for what we're doing here, but I can't seem to get a corner piece for this. Nor have I the ability to see what's snapping right, let's say. And maybe if I move up a little bit, I'll be able to see a bit better. Can't really see from here. Yeah, it's giving us massive problems. And until we find a way around this problem, we're pretty much there. Guys, that seems to be it. We just needed to push out one of them, I think. I think that was our problem. One of them snapped in a little far. Yeah, it was our problem. Now we've got to push the other one. Well, we can actually take the other one out. Yeah, the other one was snapping in a little bit far, guys. You see it? How do we get that little guy out? It can be done, it's just getting the snap right. Not so many chickens in the city in the UK. And country bars, yeah, still. Yeah, not hugely common. Well, that would work. Now I've got to get that other guy out. Okay. I don't know how that got in there. I have to put the 2 pieces on and from the top. You know, do that snap. Just basically in the country. Oh, nice. That's it, guys. That would be our corner. Oh, look, it is only 4. But if we were in a green zone, that's it. If we're on a green zone, it wouldn't be so much hassle. But that works. I'll put a little something on the corners later, but that works as far as I'm concerned. It's the best it's gonna be. I'll fix all of this as we're coming down, obviously. But yeah, that works. This, unfortunately, we can't do this. Oh, from what I can see, we can't. We're not gonna get, oh, we should have getting this snap there, guys, shouldn't we, really? Let me try again. You know what I mean? Then, let's say, on the balcony thing, I could easily push in that piece. Let's give it another try. Ah, I could as well. Lucky to be alive. We'd have to keep it at this level, so let's see if this is actually possible, guys. Because I think it'd be a pretty good idea if we could use this brown stuff. But if we don't get even snaps on this guy, we're pretty much done before we start. This is the stuff here. You see what I mean? We would have to get it to literally slap like that. That's backwards now before we start. It is. That's backwards. I would need it to be. There it is. That's perfect. That's perfect, guys. I think we might be able to do this. Let us give it a shot. We're into doing things, that's it. It's not easy to do, so this is going to be one of them. Yeah. Yeah. No. Okay. This is the excuse me. Very chesty. This is the important part, guys. We can get these to work. Ah, Croc. How did you go outside that door? Really? I'm too lazy as it is. No, this isn't the red zone. This is the worst about working in a red zone, guys. There's a small possibility I might have to take this in. Ah, pity. Well, it would save the tree problem, wouldn't it? Oh my. No, this would be probably impossible. I would take it to here, guys. It would have a slight possibility of getting away with this. We'll cut down our settlement size a decent bit. Definitely worth considering. Wouldn't take much. Would still be well out in there, would be past the trees. So be it. So be it. Right. Slight redesign. Well, it saves a few problems, I suppose. Yeah, we got a good snap. I think we're still wide enough. This is the guy I'm more concerned about here. You know what I mean? Perfect, guys. Perfect. Yeah, I might even be able to put a nice little roof on that as we come here. That's something we could do as well. Do that to you. I smoke a fair bit. Just not when I'm obviously driving or working. If I ever in pain or feel ill, then I might have a puff. Ah. That always works. I got carried away last night building in Century when I looked at the time. It was, oh my, 1 AM. This might work, guys. We might be able to give this a shot. And then we could push out as well if we wanted to, guys. I'd much prefer the pushing out thing. Isn't that how the other ones went? No, they went right in. No, that wouldn't work. It would have to be right in. on those little guys. Like that. Might be a bit of a... There. Now let's see. Oh, this is the one I really want to work. I want this to snap onto these guys. That's most of our battle if it does. To be honest, I can't see it happen. These would probably have to be put in later. One of the cops here, you used to grow it really. Okay. Now let's see. Headphones, pretty itchy. Yeah, okay, that's a no-go. There. Now can this be replaced later? It is possible, guys. I think we can do this. We'd have to move them out one at a time every time, but I think it's very possible. It's going to be a drag, but I think it's possible. Right, here we go. Yeah, it works. Our system works. We just needed to clear the trees. No problem, I'll be here from the side in a moment, but I think that works, guys. There you go, and I'll put the other underlayer on that later. As hard as that might be. I'd have to keep on coming with these. And then I'll work out the piece on that later, I think. I think we got it. Todd Goward. Oh, Groard. It just works. That's what we're looking for. Okay. Oh. Let the fun commence. Oh yeah, we know what's blocking that. The same on that. Okay, that's not fun, is it? Oh, come on. Oh, I forgot about that problem. We do have a problem of these guys going too far. Ah, that is... Ah, for God's sake. There ain't no way we are going to be using these guys. They don't work like the other ones. Isn't that a shame? You see what I mean? You would... I suppose you could lich them. But my God. You're talking about at least taking that one out. Just like I said. And... really hoping to do your best on this. I don't know how we could... It's possible, I suppose. God, I really left myself a job, didn't I? These ones would have to be done. No. No, guys. We're not getting in here to do these. Right. I go with my original plan. They won't glitch properly. We'll keep our big area, I'd say. Yeah, okay. Let's do this. Worth a try, you know what I mean? Worth a try. I wanted to keep that kind of look. Now, there is other things I can do with it, obviously. But those ones don't glitch like the garden pieces. You know, they don't snap once you put them any reasonable amount on the ground. There's only one thing that works, and that's the guy there. So be it. We'll fix this as we're going along, and I still have glitching to do on this stupid thing. I might consider just coming across here later instead. But at least it's only a few pieces. Pity. It's a nice plan. Right, let's go. Only one guy works. I don't know how many times I've learned that lesson. That guy. See what I mean? Zero problems. Absolutely zero problems on that. That's how easy that would be. You know, extremely easy. I could have that done in minutes. Literally. And the bottom snap is just as easy. I do as well, but it was a certain look I was going for. I wanted to keep that more to the inside. Now, would you see how easy this stuff is to place? No, literally as fast as we can put it in. And then when we're short on the other side, the other pieces we put in, you know, minimal problems. But he didn't do them in marble. Oh well. There's probably one here already with there. No. There's one on this, isn't there? Yep. Now, I'll get the other side in and then we'll see what we can do on the repair. And we'll patch this guy up. And I'll show you what kind of look we'll be going for. Yeah, I was thinking about running a little piece on here as well. You know what I mean? I wonder how the small piece would look on that. Probably not well. Which would mean me probably now kind of pushing for either a pillar system or same thing again. Now, I'll do the other bits in a moment. I think we might need that side bit. Oh, please. Come on. There you go. Yeah, it works, guys. Now, that's to there. I can fill in that later. I'm not too concerned yet. Always start to get a look on this fast now, you know what I mean? Yeah, it has a certain look that I want. But we'll have to improvise as we go along, Court, and that's the whole thing about building on these when you can't, you know, remove certain things. Always improvisation. And a little bit of swearing as well. Never hurts. Now, oops, come on. Right, that's our last one into there. Okay, I'm going to save this guy and see about the little bits we need beneath. But it's a pity we couldn't get the brown stuff in, but with a bit of design on that, you know, it just might work. Yeah, you know what you mean. It's never going to be as you want it to be. Yeah, same. Not on 76, but definitely on this game. Spent a good bit of time. Oh, I see. Do we save that guy? Oh, let's see. What am I missing here? Oh, that's okay. Obviously, yeah, that will give us that. I don't mind that. Not too fond of the glitch. I might have to do something really strange on this later. I don't like that. And then we come along, we need pieces here. There is a decent chance I'll have to dig up the middle to get these. I will have to glitch the rest. I wonder if I could use my rocks here, guys. Wouldn't that be the way to do it? It would. It would. The only thing I have a problem is that kind of glitching look on these. God. There it is there. Everything else is going as it should be. And they're actually not bad. It's just here. We're gone sideways for some reason. Maybe if I re-push those 1, 2, 3 pieces, they seem to be coming out a little bit. See from there, from that one I think, is misplaced a tiny bit. Rocks will be our way. You have to buy all the building items from the game store. Yeah, that's kind of ruining it, isn't it? It is. Kind of ruining it. The third one back seems to be the problem. From here. So this one didn't snap, I think, the way we wanted to. Just that all it needs to be is a tiny bit off. Let's hopefully I'll spin it around and see what that help. We can have that glitching. It seems to be staggered as it's going out, so it's definitely Probably this one. No, it's still brutal. I wonder what's going on with this. They seem to be okay. We'll try and push you in a little bit, but I don't know. Easy, I could bring it in, but okay, we try something silly like this. That's okay, if the rest would go. I don't... Well, I could even do this with all of them, and it wouldn't... It's just this bit is giving me a hassle, isn't it? See what I mean? It's totally off. But the pillars would hide our problem, to be honest. There it goes. Oh, it's impossible to notice the difference. Impossible. My friend, if she had something for a burn, she tells me to put butter on it. I just googled it. It clearly states butter will make it worse. Yeah, cool water. Yeah. That's the way you go. If you're afraid of burn scarring, there's an old one I used to know where they used to actually put milk on it. You know when you get a really bad water burn, it tends to go brown and leaves an ugly mark. It literally dyes the skin. But I got a really nasty one as a kid on my arm. I mean, it was horrible. But the second it happened, I think it was with a pot of tea. And that would stain. My mum threw freezing cold milk on it. You wouldn't even know it's there now. So if you're afraid of discolouring, you know you get that kind of dirty look. Oh, totally, yeah. Yeah, this would work, guys. I'm going to use the boulders instead. I think after that one. This is the last one that's obviously a little iffy. And I definitely think we could get away with this one. There you go, guys. Nobody will really know, will they? Yeah, okay, I just push it out a tiny bit more just because I think maybe we overdid it. Oh, Croc. I hate it when that happens. I would think you cut yourself this stuff is good also. Ah, itchy spots. Peroxide. Oh. Okay, now we'll see. It's just this little bit here. There. That might be what we want. Yep. That's it, guys. We got it. We found a way around that stupid problem. I don't think anyone will be the wiser. There. Now, away we go. I'm not going to repair this yet. And if we see that we, get any more problems. Oh, really? Oh, really? There, all we gotta do is come along now and do these, and then replace this little guy that we damaged. And that should work. Now, I think the only way... Oh, that's cool. Ah, yeah, pity it won't. Pity... Not to worry. All depends on the bottom corner, doesn't it, really? Corners are the tricky parts. Now, let's get a bit of a repair thing going on this. And then the outside one. Yeah, I can see this work. I can see this work. Now. Get the outside guys. These ones. I hope they don't give us too much hassle. Ah, come on. There. You see what I mean? Now, I might have to remove both sides, but we're gonna find out. Yeah, of course we will. Right, we need a ton of these guys again, but we need to sleep. But I think I have the system we're looking for. We're going with a kind of natural stone thing, and I think I might be able to use it on the inside to a certain extent as well. I'll have a look at it in a moment. We'll kind of go with that as a kind of backup texture. I tried, thank you. Oh, hi Wolf. Hi, how are you? I hope you've been well. How have you been keeping? Well, I hope. Yeah, we have a rough idea of what we want. We tried a few things with no success, but we're using the stuff that we think would kind of work on this. So this is what we're going with here, but it's kind of far from finished. This will be much bigger once I've finished, but I've got a rough kind of look on it so far. I'm really not 100% about these. I might actually remove these two and go with something different. We'll be going up another story here, and I want to put something like that central on the top, and then on here there'll be a balcony where the room will kind of recede a bit. Once I get this up, I am kind of considering, you know, something like that with some lighting. And maybe trying to use that second stone, you know, a bit more. Then there'll be a few small gardens. And I was thinking of going with a kind of Roman bath look here, you know, because of these arches. I could use them standing up their full length. So that might work. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Of course, I'll add my steps and extra stuff in a moment. You know how it goes. But still, a good bit to go. But this won't take nothing as long as the other settlement. We had some other minor problems, and, you know, we kind of found a way around them. Yes, it's not too bad. Hi, 8-Bit Radio. 10 pounds, but the ground level. The only one nastier than this is the one just across the way. The outpost. It's just down there. Okay. Alright. Let's save this. Let's have a look first. And see how we're going with this. Is everything as how it should be? Yeah. You see these little spaces we have? I've got some boulders and some dirt piles that I'm going to use here on this to give it a more natural look. Something like that might work, you know. And how is everyone today? Oh, myself. Fine, thanks. I hope you're doing well. Also, 8-Bit. But this I'll fix later. I'm more concerned about this piece. The corners are giving us a tiny bit of trouble. I have the option later to glass these over. Or I've got a kind of iron metal trellis thing that might work. So we'll see how that goes in a moment. I would probably have to double this and maybe come over with something on the side, but again, that's a little bit down the road. So I haven't really decided. I'm doing great, just streaming. Oh, cool. Counselor, I am taking a quick coffee break. Oh, cool. Now, let me just write down your tag so my memory is pretty brutal. And I can drop over to your channel a little later and show you some support 8-Bit. Just write it down on this. Oh yeah, my memory is really bad. 8 underscore bit underscore radio. There we go. Now I should be able to remember that. Oh, brutal. But only within the past 3 years or so. My long-term memory is brilliant. My short-term memory, which will eventually be my long-term memory, I'll eventually remember it. Maybe in about 3 months. In about 3 months. But only lately, to be honest. I used to have a decent memory, and I still do, if I go back, a couple of years. I think as you get older, you just fill up with too many memories. There's not enough storage space. I think I need to upgrade my, hard drive? Badly. There's too much crammed in here. So this is the way we've been going with this. But this is the outlay. As I go along, obviously it'll develop more and more and more. I'll eventually get the look I want. I will. Now, we're going kind of okay in this. I'm fairly happy with it so far. The ugly bits, I'll sort them later. I just wanted to maximize our space, so I had to go pretty close to that tree. Now, let's save this one. I think this is the way to go. The corners are a bit iffy, when I'm placing them in the red zone, but if I could stand in the green zone, it would be a lot easier. I'm trying to kind of two-tone this on the inside, which I think works because the outside is now... I originally wanted to use the marble, but that was going nowhere fast. Alright, let's carry on with this one. We've got to make a ton of these, we'll have them ready. Now, I could also go, guys, with the half panel. The problem is the half panel is I don't have the pieces to, the half pieces to fit for the roof. Red Rocket is to my... Yeah, it's pretty good. There's a ground level on that, and it's cool. Absolutely cool, where it drops from the pumps to the door of the Red Rocket itself. I kind of went with more of a step thing onto that, but unfortunately I can't show you that one. That was one of the settlements we lost, but I did upload it to YouTube. It's on that one, but I found the ground level to be fairly challenging. That one I would say would be my, in this playthrough, to be my most lore friendly settlement I did on that one. Red Rocket. That was just my second settlement here on Twitch. That was a while back. It was Christmas. Do you remember that, Tigger? We built a Christmas tree. That's right. The good old days. Have you ever used a rail or an R building sets? I don't think so. I don't think so. 8-bit. Yeah, we built a Christmas tree. Good times. You don't feel time slipping. I know it's only been a couple of... Oh, has it even been a couple of years ago, Tigger? Not really. Yeah, it would have been a year and 10 months, maybe. Yeah, something like that. Christmas it would be, yeah. 2 year this Christmas. Now, my apologies, guys. I'm running a bit of a cold, so I'm a bit sniffly. Oh, there it is, Tigger. Look at that. Look at our mistake. You see it there? I was wondering what was going on. There's our mistake. It's a tiny one, but it's still a mistake. I was wondering why, and let's say, remember, it was snapping a little bit back from the wall. Or in our building set. Is that a mod? I would say so, yeah. I highly recommend those if you can find them. But my room on this, I've totally maxed it out, even though I haven't got a lot of stuff. There it is, Tigger. You see that? Tiny, tiny little mistake. I was wondering why I had to push the piece out. Now I know. Okay, it gives us a bit of work, but not a biggie. At least we got it in time. That would have been a disaster when we got down to the corner. It would have taken me forever to figure it out. Yeah, I'm on console. I'm on Xbox. 2 gigabytes. Ugh. What can I do? Yeah, that would have been a disaster. But still, we got it before we did too much damage. See, sometimes they don't exactly snap right, and you know when you put them in really quickly. Would have taken me ages to figure that one out. Well, that's a snappy house for you sometimes. It's even pushing it up a little bit, Tigger. You see that? That would have been a complete disaster. Yeah, just in a bit, a slight push up. I have, yeah, Tigger's on console too, for modding. Oh yeah, if you would really want a PC. I have great interest in building. I wouldn't mind doing a huge build. Some of the stuff I've seen you guys, let's say on PC, let's just say it would be very helpful. The sheer amount of pieces you can use. Like, even if I had another gigabyte for pieces, would make a huge difference in my building. And a few more of the tools, even the smaller tools from PC. Oh yeah, I do. Total Xbox. But who knows, eventually I might do some on PC if I could ever learn to use one. I'm about to get my build on as well. Cool, start a new game. Start. Oh, nice, at Century. Yeah. But the expanded build area is an amazing place. Yeah, it is. On console, let's say, when you use the mods to expand the build area, well, it all depends. But if you build like me, making it bigger is a kind of disaster. I tend to use a lot of pieces. I did in the very beginning. I tried to get rid of the houses using a mod. The guy did a really good job. But, you know, he did the grass and everything, which really overloaded the cell. You know, with some really nice stuff. But I suppose he was only expecting minimal building. But I always get a thing called bleed through, isn't it? You know, you come back in 20 hours after finishing your settlement and everything is back again. And you just can't scrap it second time around. But Sanctuary has always been the worst with those kind of mods. I think it's the sheer fact that, you know, it's your first settlement. There's so many it, but there's so many different things about it. You know, the pathways, the areas, the amount of NPCs that's meant to be there. You know, the guys banging on the house, the spawn points for the cockroaches, the light system. There's even unique audio there. I'm nearly sure I heard crickets there one time, or something similar. The roofs, yeah, brutal. There's also a mod to get rid of the roofs. They can be fixed, but never to a high degree. You know, even on console. But in a way, I kind of like to deal with these kind of restrictions, things in a way, and that it tends to push you in different ways. You know, I would be in fear that if I could, let's say, get to a settlement and take everything out and even level the ground, you know, my settlements would kind of look very similar after a while. There's some builds I would have probably never considered, you know, if it wasn't for that. No, I've heard some people complain about it. I've heard them complain. These are some bits I'm just using from Bunker Hill. And it's kind of like a Frankenstein thing I'm putting together, and you know, hopefully getting the look I want, but that's the building on Xbox. That's perfect. You take what you can get. Okay. I might have to put these in to get these back again, but there. Should work now. Can be a bit repetitive, but I don't know, there's a certain... you see what I mean, guys? You see what I mean about this? Now that's unacceptable. But I can sort out a little later. And these don't seem to be out that much. But I can push them in a little later, but that's a pity. It's coming out quite a lot. But they're fixable. I won't really know. I've had similar problems on the other side with these snaps. But let's check that. Oh, these are pretty good. There's nothing out of place. So we live with that, and I can come in and I can push these. Let's say I'll use a kind of glitch post thing, and I push those in place. They're not a big hindrance, especially when this is kind of coming out a little bit on the other side to hide it. But hopefully, I must have going wrong somewhere here. Let's just see if this makes a difference. You know, in case that one snapped in wrong, sometimes this fault. No. No, it is a problem. Not to worry. I'll sort that a little later. What I'm most concerned about is the corner piece. And then I'll go back and fix that. Okay, let's soldier on until we get our corner piece in. Then we'll fix this up, and then we'll worry. If need be, I tend to have a habit to work a little bit in the red zone because I want to get as much out of this as possible. That's a pity because it looked kind of okay, but oh well. Now, yeah, look okay. I'd love to know what the problem was with the last tree. It's so strange. It's disgrounded as well. It can have strange snap points that are like tiny bit off on one end, and as it gets staggered, it gets much worse as it goes on. It could be that. It seems to be okay from here, so strangely enough, we had 3 pieces. You remember that, guys? On the other corner that needed to be sorted. Weird. Now, this would be the hardest one filling the corners on this because, ooh, steel and concrete. Cool. Well, we need, how much steel? 4, so we need definitely 2 of concrete. Yeah, there was 3 on the other end. Too much of a coincidence. And no problem, 8-bit. Okay, let us continue. The corners is the only thing I really gotta worry about, Tigger. The rest I'll be able to work with, I'd say. Oh, here we go for the corners. How do we see if we can make this little guy work? Then I'll worry about the fix-up. I think that's the way that will go. I'll have to put these back shortly so we can keep our line. That, I think, is where we need to be. Can't really see here. Now is the time for a save, I suppose. Ah, you see the problem. A massive, massive problem. Let's see. Yeah, don't worry about that. I always knew the problem to be a corner. Let's see if that is in the right position. If it is, we've gone wrong somewhere. Big time. That's why we need perfect square. I might actually put the top cap row in. No, it's too far. You see that, Tigger? So, we know what the problem is. This little guy here. There. Ha ha. There you go. Oh, come on. We know you want to. Kind of. Okay, I've got a system for you. I take the blame, yeah. Of course. Oh, hi, Faze. Oh, hi, Paul. How are you? Hope you've been well. And you too, Phoenix. Hope you guys have been well. I'm just popping in for a quick second. Stuff to do, no problem. And thanks for stopping by, Phoenix, and saying hi. I appreciate it. And how have you been, Faze, Greg, Paul? Hope you've been well also. You must excuse me, guys. I'm running a little bit of a cold and sore throat, so my voice might be a bit off. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, we had a tiny problem with this, but we'll work it out. There we go. I think that's our guide here. Alright. Hey. That's the one. I need to get out that... Oh. Look at that stupid thing in the way. Didn't see that one. Fair enough. That's from the old one. The old one we were doing. Good. And you? Oh, fine, thanks. Faze, hope you are doing well also. Yeah, we're struggling a little bit on this, but I don't think it's nothing we can't handle. Just forgot to move that little piece from the side. Then we'll see what this line is going like. We can move that one out of the way and I should be able to get it from there. Let's see, would that be a problem fitting it back? Not really. Where's that little bit? There it is there, you see it? There. Oh, Croc, you idiot! Wrong one. Yeah, that was the wrong one. Got to be careful. Now, where's my soda? This slight sore throat I'm running. Yeah. You know that cold soda does something for it, I suppose. Now, Is the one I want? Yeah, you. You're the guy I want. There. That, I think, is our guy. Now. Yeah, a bit off, Tigger. A really big bit off. Everything else seems to be okay. That, once we get it in place, we'll have to push through a little bit. Unfortunate. But we'll have to live with it. Not by much, I mean a tiniest fraction. It's probably got to do with the other pieces we're using. Yeah, okay. Okay, well, we have our work cut out for us. Oh, hi, hi Blonde, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it, and welcome raiders. Hi Arlia, sorry I think I butchered your tag. Arliana. Nice to meet you. So, how have you been, Blonde? Yeah, and we're working on 10 pints. It's coming along. I have plans for this one if it works out. Ah, the Y is silent. Arlana. No problem. Thank you for that, Arlana. So, what were you doing tonight, Blonde? Great. Just putting your stuff away. No problem. This is what we're doing here. We did finish one a little while ago, and I need to save here anyway. So what I'll do is, I haven't showed this once, I think, because we just finished it. So I'll save here, I'll load up, and I'll show you guys the last settlement we finished, although it's really big. It's Nordhagen Beach. And we call this one El Dorado. I was doing, oh nice. Oh, the soul card, yeah, it does get a bit draggy, doesn't it? So this is what we've done here. We've done a kind of step pyramid build. I think we've been about 140 hours on that one, which is not bad for this kind of build. It's a lot different than, you know, the one we're on. And we've got 20 settlers on this one. It looks a lot different at night. We did a lot of lighting as well. And that's our settlement sign. This gives me a little break from what I was doing. Get my head straight again. Here, you know, we've got this kind of look. Large gardens on each side. We've dressed our settlers in Amazonian outfits. So it's an all-female cast here. There should be some more around here and there, but we probably have to sleep for an hour for them to reset. So that's our inside gardens. We do have a moat which runs all the way around the main building. And we did a lot of work on the balconies and that. Let's say the doors going out to the other walkways, which just basically looks like this all the way around. Here we have a moat. We're doing this one on, well, we did it and still are doing it on Xbox using the free mods from Bethesda.net. So it kind of goes out that way. And into our back gardens. So, you know, just both mostly gardens and water features. We have a shrine here. And then inside, we have our main building. In this area, this is our sacrificial room.
Yeah?
You see, this is the problem. I need to sleep for 1 hour to get these guys to reassign. That should help. There we go. So this is our sacrificial room. We've got our altar as well. This leads out to a large walkway, which goes all the way around to that door and around again to another one here. Yeah, pretty much decorated the same. The back end has the main staircase here. This is more like our kind of bedroom section. Okay, I'm settled now, no problem. Here we have our armor racks. Now, there's 4 bedroom areas, each contain 4 beds, and I made them identical. That one is exactly the same, and so are the other 2 down there. Some flowers here and our main staircase again. Kind of ritual kind of area, I suppose. But here on the other side of the door we did something a little different on that one. As I said, exactly the same. And then here in this area
need to get back to Diamond City one of these days. Biggest town.
We have our Amazonian queen in her throne. As we go further, again another kind of ritual area.
Don't much care for good neighbor. That place is nothing but trouble.
And this leads right to the roof. We have a small roof garden.
Another day of hard work. It never changes.
And this, we just railed it off. We added some
Got
crows
work to do. Can't talk
going
now.
all the way around. There's actually some crows in the trees down there as well. I didn't point out. Thank you for showing me where the skull was yesterday. I needed it for the museum. Ah. And that's pretty much, let's say, what we've done there, but it does look a lot different at night. So, just a quick look at this place at night. We've done a lot of lighting on this. Let's fix the weather.
Huh?
The farm's not much, but it's something.
So this is what it looks like at night. That's why we called it El Dorado. Oh, the skull. Sorry, you were speaking to me, Granny Vats. Sorry. I thought you were, sorry. My mistake. I thought you were speaking to someone else. Yeah, I remembered where it was. Vaguely. You know, it's a silly quest. Yeah. I remember on one I found it by accident and just couldn't work out where it was, so I kept clearing the dungeon, so I cleared the other two places, and went in there, and when I tried to take something, it gave me the opportunity to interact with the skull. But I was pretty disappointed when no quest came up, and I just killed that guy, and he just had some rubbish on. Disappointing quest, wasn't it? And that wasn't Creation Club. That's, you know, the original one from there. I'm wondering if that was a quest and they just, you know, cut it from the DLC. And that's it, guys. That's the last one I did. Yeah, in the music. Oh, yeah, probably. So that's that one. So let's get back to original settlement. If anyone would like to see some other stuff, I've done a kind of player home in Diamond City and King Solomon's Mines. I did lots of other ones. So if you want to see some more, just give a text and I'll show you some more. I found 8 pages. Yeah, he's oh, I could show you where he is, but it's kind of hard to find if you're looking at the soul cairn has a big map that says you come in this way. Well, actually, you're looking more like that way, isn't it? You would be kind of situated over around there somewhere. Yeah. Oh, hang on, we need 2 loads, don't we, from here? So we don't get no bugs. Now, we need to sleep, and then we need to carry on with this. Make sure the corners fit, and then the rest of the things we can pretty much sort out as we go along. Corners and fittings are definitely the most important. No, it's more down there where you meet the dragon. Well, let's say you're facing where you meet the dragon as you're coming in, so he would be kind of to the right and kind of back a little bit. Yeah, that one, yeah. You're best off grid searching, blonde. You know, put on your local map and you'll see where you've explored. So do it in little sections, and that way you get all the loot and, you know, kill all the bad guys and all of that. That's what I usually do. It's kind of confusing. But when I go there, I do everything. I do the pages, I do the skull, you know, and I also collect all the food and take everything that vendor has as well, even though it's not a quest. You know, just to be thorough. I don't bother much with using the gems, let's say, on the keepers. You know, bringing them out and killing them for the weapons. I have no interest in the weapons. Now, let's carry on with this. If we can get this in, I can sort the side bets, and from there then we can really see what we're doing, you know. It will be a big step to getting a certain look on this. Okay. I was thinking about a large bad house here, blonde. But I'll see. What is that building for? That says keepers or something. As you go around, you'll pick up certain gems, I think. You place them in a container inside, and they'll spawn. And basically just kill them and take their weapons. But it's just dragon bone weapons, you know. And that's it. I did it a few times. It's pretty boring. And you're just getting weapons, you know. The souls are, or the gems are pretty, I forget what they're called. But they're kind of rare. They don't always spawn properly. But you're not missing much. It's not a quest, and it's just, you know, picking up some weapons. But I suppose if you wanted some of them, I didn't want to make them, you know. Yeah, we know that's going to be a problem. We'll snap that in the way we want to later. I expected a little bit of resistance because we're using Snappy House and Grounded. Right. Let's proceed with this guy. Okay. I flirt with all the NPCs that I can, whether I'm engaged or married. Oh, I get this one here. Yeah, well, everything fits, apparently, so... I'll make sure we get those snaps right. Of course, a place anywhere you always double click. Always with the double clicking. Running a bit of a cold as well, blonde. I have the sniffles and my throat is kind of tender. There we go. Yeah, always with the 3 pieces on the end for some reason. Unbelievable. Well, 2 on this, but it's not much work, I suppose. Seems to be a thing in the corners that's doing it, but I can fix that later. It's not a biggie. I'll get them looking right later. Now. The grass pieces, well, you know the story with those. We'll ditch them in later as well, but I'm looking for trees here as well, so we'll have to come out to about maybe there for trees. So, not sure about the center thing, but we'll give it a shot later. We'll see how it looks. Now, you see, for some reason, I always love to build in a red zone. And in the corners, doesn't exactly make it easier. Just wanted to maximize our space here. Because we'll need it. Oh my good God. This will be a slight-o problemo. We'll have to glitch those the hard way. Yeah, I did expect that, to be honest. Okay, that's a little bit. We get back to later to fix that. We're going to get a lot of areas in this, let's say. And that won't need that kind of attention. That's what helped me to place them. And we will be eventually gone. Excuse me. Oh, it is cold. With something like that. Granny's old, not dead. I was told tonight my voice is soothing. Oh, cool. There we go. Now, fixing the corners is going to be an absolute nightmare. Now you understand why I wanted to use the smaller ones on the wall. Oh, at least that one went into place. So at best, we'll only get problems from 2. I had to mute my mic several times tonight. Yeah. But it's actually getting kind of bad. It's worse as I go along. Where's that? Oh, this one. we'll see how much of this we can get away with. That's the most important piece, I would say, and the one beside it. The middle one, we'll see. Yeah, it was always going to give me a lot of problems here. It seems to be, but I don't think that's the one we want. These corner pieces take forever. There, I think that's the one way we want it. Judging by the last one. There. Okay. To get my cat, oh my god, off the table. No. Okay, this guy. Isn't that a pity? Because that's the one that we really needed to work right. Don't ask me how we're going to get that into play. And even pushing this up to here, I wonder. I would totally sacrifice one piece of this. You know that. I kind of seen it going that way anyway. I would totally sacrifice one piece. I wonder would it actually work? Huh. That would have been, see that? That would have been absolute perfect size. It's a pity. Yeah, but we'd never get that stupid thing to snap. He started off running around like a nut and started doing things. Yeah. No. Not in this section code. Snappy House is a strange beast. And these ones, if they're kind of in the wall at all, like even if I come back here, it's not going to give me much of a respite. There. Okay, we could chance it, I suppose. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. We literally have no other choice. Because of that stupid thing. We're gonna have to do a save. I'm gonna have to chance trimming this a bit. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Yeah. Everything is going wrong because of this here. You see, these ones code, no problem with them. These ones will not tolerate being too much in the ground, like the outside pieces. And they're a different animal. I wanted to kind of come in here a bit anyway. I wasn't really happy pushing out too far on that. So let's say we do something like this. Okay, it's gonna cost us a bit of time, but I think we can do it. Oh my god, my nose is running. One moment, guys. Yeah, it's getting bad now. Alright, there we go. That's how it starts. Sore throat tomorrow, probably. Oh, not looking forward to that. Now, okay. Use this. Okay. Fair enough. Never liked that situation there anyway. We can afford, you know, one square off the back, I'd say. Can't see too much of a problem with that. Now, we usually had fix these corner pieces before I stream, but I didn't really have the time. Guys, this is getting really bad really fast, isn't it? It is. I had a follower who's been trying to catch my stream. Tell me how to uncover stores, dragon priest robes. So, I'll be doing that off stream. She said she's been watching my videos and was yelling at the screen when I was talking about not knowing. There it is. There it is. Let's see how we go on that, guys. We'll give that one a shot. Yeah, that's more like it. Come on in here. You idiot Croc. How can I be so stupid? It's a kind of silly mistake. Unbelievable. I forgot to snap the other one. No. There, no mistakes, no. Okie dokie. Now I get this guy back on track. Yeah, we had kind of trouble with it before. I can just use that roofing patterns I'd say in a minute, but there it is. Nope. Nasty little bugger, isn't it? There. No. There, now we're back where we wanted to be. I wasn't comfortable going that far in anyway on that side. Now let's see exactly where we are. Well, this has it leveled up a bit, tiny bit. It has actually a tiny bit. Leveled a tiny bit. I'll sort those ones later. There, we're back on track. Hopefully no more hassle. Oh, I've been using them all the time since vanilla. But it wouldn't have worked here code because of this ground. My problem wasn't the snap on the top. My problem are these guys. Once you sink them too much in the ground, they won't snap. Not like these guys. These guys are pretty versatile. I could guess them, but that would take forever. I've done this whole system, this flooring with a similar thing. But a little bit more, I can step it down using certain things, so it doesn't have to be, you know, exactly one size. There we go. It's a corner piece. You see, when we come out here, we don't have to go through this. It's giving me a break on that. This is the one. Oh, nice. This is the one to make or break. There we go. That's what I wanted. I needed nice, clean snaps. And I'm willing to sacrifice a little bit. Now, if I want to, I could come out with, well, a lot of things. I could even make a garden out here and use up the extra room. Here, let me show you what I mean. Snappy House is a strange beast. So I was going one square back. But yeah, you would imagine so. With the vanilla stuff and that, I've always had problems with these from Bunker Hill. Where's that? I don't know. There. Do you know what I mean? And that's where I wanted it to snap. It'll snap on the sides. Yeah, come on. The problem is the piece. It'll snap on the sides, and that's because I've got one leg out here. The problem is the high ground level. It doesn't work like the garden stuff. There is no way I would get that to snap. And the problem with that is I would literally have to guess it. And I can't guess it because if I could stand in the green area behind it, I could. But imagine guessing it from its blind side. I'm used to these pieces. It's this. They're not really meant for that. They're meant to be above ground. You see these guys? Here? So they won't tolerate if any one of the two legs are down too much in the ground. They'll tolerate a little bit. Now, whereas these guys here, like you can snap them anywhere. You can even snap them slightly below ground because they were designed for you know, the garden pieces. So, you know, these are all above ground stuff. You won't get a snap in there. But I'm happy with this, you know what I mean? The snap means everything to me in this because there's no way I'm guessing in a piece to match level. It's not going to happen. You know me, I've got to have it perfect, so, you know, it's just not going to work. Yeah, it happens on those particular pieces. I've used them before. In a little bit of a similar situation. I've actually used them here before, Court. On one of the settlements I lost. And I learned the hard way about them, let's say, not snapping when they're too far in the ground. You know, you're best off then to make a compromise in a situation like that. But you would have found out yourself, you know, after trying. But to be honest, I wasn't really happy going in that far. I just needed an excuse, you know. I can still make use of that ground if I want to. I may still do. But not, let's say, with that, coming out on a pathway where I can use the concrete, you know, which will snap anywhere. These are your friend. You see these guys here in the snappy house? When you get into real trouble. These guys will, my God, snap anywhere. Against walls and corners, you name it. The only problem is it's stepped, so you might have to double layer it. So, let's say you could come out on pieces, well, sometimes, you know what I mean, let's say like that, and then you get your other one like that, and you could go all the way along. You could put a nice marble on that, and then you could put your walls, the ones, you know, that you can really sink. And then if you want to put your caps, remove that, put your caps on, and this back on again. And you would make a nice, pretty cool walkway running around on the outside, you know. But it's no fault of the modders, really, to be honest. Like, it would probably have used a little bit more script and wasn't really meant it for that, so I can understand where they were going with it. But a good portion of the bottom, or at least one of the legs, you know, has to be slightly above ground for it to snap properly. I stopped my stream right after talking with the dragon. On the way out of the castle in the Soulcairn. I got about 5.5 hours. Cool. I might have overdone it a little bit. I think I did 8. But you know me in Skyrim. I think I did 7.5 or 8. Now, my little piece, where are you? Okay. Okay, we get these ones. Come on. You see where I'm coming into little problems? You see where this is glitching out even though it's snapping? I'll just slightly move that in later. I've always found snapping issues with these cord. See these guys? Some of them tend to snap tiny bit too tight. And then when you're coming along with something like this, kind of a disaster. But it's doable, I can still work with it. But the first time I worked with these, they really frustrated me. I just couldn't work it out, you know, why I couldn't snap them like the other pieces. And then I thought to myself, well, yeah, that kind of makes sense. But trust me, I tried every trick in the book. But out from placing them manually, using Place Anywhere, which would be you want really good eyesight for that. Yeah, I suppose you could, but the fact that you couldn't stand this side because of the red zone, yeah, it would be impossible. I peeked in after 3 AM this morning and you were still going. It could have been, yeah. It could have been. Picture of me I posted. You can't tell my hair is actually long. Nice, yeah, the French braided. Now, well, basically, Snappy House has always been a compromise cord, and we found especially if you're using other modded pieces. It's the same with the SOE, it's like difference in size. Now, I'll do the little fixing pieces in a minute. Once I get the corners done, I'm pretty much good. I will have to do the at the very back end, the guessing game on that, or else change something a little bit on that side. Haven't decided yet what to do, but that will be a job and a half. Oh, nice. Not to go on holiday because of all the kids. Oh yeah, it just turns into a kids' holiday, and you're the supervisor. Depends on the destination, really. But on a cruise, yeah, you'd always be worrying with kids. Okay. They were taking up all the hot tubs. Okay. These are kind of confusing. I've got to kind of recess them a little bit. And that's not how it is. Got to go back a little bit more. But then I'm in red zone, you see. I think there. That's where it's got to go. Now, I'm really hoping I don't get any hassle from this. Here we go. We'll leave that one for a snap point. These guys. Okay. These are pretty handy code for the corner pieces. You know, once you know you can snap them, it just saves a bit of time. Keeps them straight. Like that. And the rest you can move quickly. I'll be using something similar there after, I suppose. Perfecto. Perfecto. Right. Let's get going. We got our caps and we'll straighten them up in a minute. We'll start repairing some of the junk. Okay. Oh, what's that? Oh, ugly. I definitely might have use for these guys if I'm going with that spa. Let's have a quick look at that. Perfect. Come on. Well, we've always got most of this on the outside done. The weird thing I'm doing, let's say when I push this in and then grab it, then release on the B like that. When you use place anywhere, let's say, and you don't do that, sometimes you get maybe 1 in 20, 30 times, you get a slight shimmer. And then what tends to happen with those ones especially is, you know, I might load up this game again and that piece could be back in its original position. It did mention in the mod that if you go out of build mode that stops, but it didn't mention that. So I tend to do that with every piece I place in a red zone like that. Right, let's be sure I get that out of the way. Now we're in trouble. The tree. Well, that one is going to be guessed, but the good news is, you know, it's not too much in the red zone, so we have half a chance. The tree is diddling with that. Okay. We can carry on our level from here. There was always going to be a few nasty ones. I'm not cutting that back in one piece. Not for one. I'll have to fix that one later. Pity. The rest, that will have to be done properly. There. Just that piece. Now, I would prefer to kind of guess it from a certain... Let's see if I can fix it now. I can use the... Oh, okay. You see? We might... We have more... Nah. Yeah, it couldn't be easier, yeah. Ah, these are next to impossible. Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, okay. Let's try another tactic. Let's try another tactic. And we can use that. If we can get that one in, we might be able to use that as a kind of template, maybe, and then remove it. Will you work? Maybe. You little nuisance, aren't you? That stupid tree. What a pity. What the crying shame. No, only the hardware will do for this one. Really didn't need this. Ah, that tree is a brute. You see, it's in the red zone. There's no way of scrapping that. Okay. Here we go. You see, you gotta do both ends at the same time, and that's almost impossible. You move one end and then the other end is off. But you can get you can get a pretty decent guess, I suppose. With a little bit of patience. You know, something like that. I don't think you could really tell the difference, you know. Oh, good morning, Das. This is where the console comes in handy. Just click on a tree and type disable. Oh, totally. And it sends it to oblivion. That's what I need. That would be a game changer for me. Code. So, how have you been, Das? Hope you've been well. There's still ways around it. I know it's tedious, but you know, that's not a bad guess. Of course, it does need a little bit more, doesn't it? You see it? See that? I mean, the tiniest tad. I mean, the tiniest tad. not that much. Maybe that much. That looks pretty decent, I don't know. I don't know the best I could do, I think. See if I can give you that tiny bit more. There. There it is. There it is, caught. That is not bad. There. Yeah. There. You wouldn't even notice. That would work. Not bad. Yep. Not bad. There we go. Now. No. Let's get these ones. And we'll fix the other guys as we go along with a little bit stutter off. You can expect a bit of that from Grounded. Oh, I love those ones. They're so easy to use around trees. Hi, come on. There, guys. Now, you see where I've got to do the little thingy down there, but we'll start from here. Totally. There's a good bit of work to do on this one as well. You see that one goes in from there, but we'll use our little glitching thingy for that. Let me see. You see this sponge is enough code on the other side to hide the movements I make on the wall itself. We have got this little bulge here. You see where that's gone sideways there? So that should be just enough space for what we need. Now, I've got to figure out this little dude. Okay. That's coming in. Oh my god. Way too far. Yeah. Oh yeah, we know it's a problem with that guy, don't we? Yeah. Always with that stupid carpet thing. I don't want to put that in yet. I want to change this a little bit. I can put a small piece in there. I want to change this if I could. So it blends right from here, coming across and onto this. So we're going to give this a shot. I want to get this pretty uniform, and then I'll work out the problems on that later. Or just remove it. Depending. Now. Okay. So. Those for the time being we could. Well, I could glitch them later, it's not a biggie. Kind of weird. I'll leave you there for a moment in case we need you. I'm hoping they don't give me any hassle. Now. Okay. Smooth. Perfect. Perfect. I'll come down a little piece in that in a moment. We'll glitch a little piece in this. Not too much of a hassle for the time being. Yeah, come on. Come on. Come on. Well, we know the story with that. We're gonna have to make a piece, then we're gonna have to drop it around, and we're gonna have to double snap it. Just for the red zone. Well, we do get an extra brick on that side, and that means a lot. No, I haven't got it. I don't have the room. Yeah, even if I could get it. I don't have the room, Des. I don't have workshop rearranged. I heard it clears up the problems with USO. Serena even got my conjured Dremora to beat her. She hit him with magic. I was chatting with my friend and I look over at Max, who is standing on my phone and was one push away from... Oh! Banning Granny Vats. Oh my. This cat is too much. Oh, she kept seeing you also. Oh. Okay, it's only 145. I've only got 7 left. 7 or 6 megabytes. That's all I've got left, ass. I brought it very close. I think it's 6. It adds a lot of new stat points. Yeah, it would be cool. It's a pity we don't have a little bit more room. Oh, was it DAS? Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, sorry, guys. And let's hope Rex doesn't learn how to use the PC. Or the laptop, I should say. Oh, hi, PM. Hi, how are you? I hope you've been well. Yeah, we're doing this one here. We're actually finished the other one, eventually. And thanks for that shout out, Blonde. This is 10 points. We've got a reasonable amount done on our second day. We've still got a good bit of time left. So, this is what we've been doing here on this one. It's a complicated little guy, so, you know, if I want to look, obviously I'll be working on this. I'm going to use a rock formation along here instead of, you know, coming down with these. You know what this settlement is like, PM. Now, I really might do what I did the last time here, guys, and just, you know, across here. Or maybe make an entrance. We'll see. But I do intend to go up at least another story on that, but with a different shape. Oh, well, thank you, lass. And you too, God. Thanks, guys. Yes, try to time me out. And, you know, we have that kind of thing. Well, once this one gets pushed through, I'll have to pull these ones through as well, guys. Did you see that? But I'll keep a good eye on this. And just come out here at intervals and I'll get this looking. You know what I mean? I'll make sure everything is lined up to how it should be. It's not actually not that hard to do. Just a bit tedious. This, I think, a low amount of settlers. More like a kind of, well, a player home, but not too practical kind of thing. Let's say in here, I have plans maybe for obviously, I don't know about, I was really thinking about a greenhouse here. For some reason. Now, I could do something else. Because of the arch and this Roman look. I could use these large ones to make a pretty large building. Let's say with a roofed kind of spa. You know, I could use the smoke animation. You know what I mean? On that. So I haven't really decided. You know what I mean? I haven't really decided. Lucas is the owner. I'll have, you know. He hired Croc to build him a mansion. The armour business is a profitable one. Ah, I see. So I haven't 100% made up my mind. I usually do that, let's say, as it's going up. I'll look at it at a certain time again and see if we can improve on it and how that looks. And then I kind of get my ideas from there. Castle on Spectacle Island. Did you see the castle I did? Well, I don't know, could you call it a castle? At Abernathy, PM. That wasn't bad. I intend to do it a bit more detailed next time, you know. But, you know, castle look on the outside, but, you know, more conventional on the inside. From a distance, it kind of looks like that, you know, Eastern European kind of castle, you know, the Disneyland kind of thing. Spectacle Island is a strange place to build on. Lots of problems, PM. I'm just going to time out Phoenix, messing with him after that. Oh, after picking on you. No. Oh, you're talking to Prime Minister. I had a look at that as well, Das. I was very interested in it. But I needed another mod as well, a quite large one. So the two of them together would have taken up too much space. I do. I have Abernathy Farm on YouTube. I did I have I think we lost the castle, guys, the fort, didn't we? But I definitely have Abernathy. The original ones. That was just my third build, PM. On Twitch here, using those mods. We did Sanctuary, we did Red Rocket, we did Abernathy, Sunshine Tidings, Greenhouse Nursery, and Starlight Drive-In. And the Slog. But it might give you some ideas, I suppose. But I do intend to build it much better the next time I get down there. But it is, yeah. That one, that kind of castle-looking build is actually on YouTube. You could ban or time out anyone else. Well, we finished our last build, PM. If you'd like to see it, just give me a shout. And I will quickly load up and show you that build, if you so wish. About a vault build. Yeah, well, the best place to do it is Vault 88, really, which is a highly unstable place. But if you kept it relatively small and didn't go out into the tunnels, you'd probably get away with a kind of compact build. I probably will eventually do. I do like the vault above ground build. I did a lot of that back in the day in vanilla. Might try it again. I definitely might try it again, but I need a reasonable size settlement. And I suppose what I'd do with that is I would probably use the grounded mod. And then let's say I would build a huge square, I would build a vault inside. And then if the cell would take it, I would use the rocks I always use, let's say like in the mine, and make it like you know, a giant hill where you could just see the vault, or you know, make it look like the surrounding area if I could. But I don't know, I'd want a pretty big settlement, you know. A good place to maybe try that might be, and it's a horrible settlement, but I would have to build quite high. Will probably be that swampy place. You know, that building you cannot scrap. I would definitely have to look around for a settlement. I dropped my phone and almost banned someone. On my PC I've never had a problem. Oh, on console it's an absolute disaster code. Yeah, absolute disaster. The phasing, the glitching, oh my god. The frame drop. Like even Murkwater, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, it's not far from Vault 88, I think. It's been a long time since I built on that one. I did a church and a large kind of water feature last time I was there. Well, they were some of my early builds. I didn't have the place anywhere mod, I think, at that time. That's changed my game a lot. I can take on more ambitious projects, I suppose. I only got phasing on my PlayStation 4. If I build too many lights. It's the main section is okay. It's when you start to spread out down the tunnels. That's where the problems really, you know, start to kind of build up. Whew. Wasn't easy, even for me. Ah. I haven't used my PlayStation 4 in a long time. It turned into, yeah, they get pretty loud, don't they? They do. That they do. Now, where is Croc cigarettes? There you are. Yeah, I killed that guy eventually with 2 hits, but I had to use invisibility. It was pretty tough. It was your shout that was a killer. By the time you gain your senses, he would get too many hits in. Oh really? Yeah, you wouldn't want to. It's horrible, isn't it? Yeah, you'd have to use mods. Yeah, totally. It gets hot, yeah. It's a problem with nearly all consoles, really. I used to always use desk fans to cool them down as much as possible. Oh, back to that DLC. And one was in... Oh, Thirst Hall. Nice. The one with the Reeklings. Now, okay, let's continue, guys. I might as well use these. Get rid of them. Once we get out a bit more, you won't even know we're in the red zone. PC towers. Ah. Oh. Ooh. Can't be having that, can we? Nearly time to sleep, guys. Yeah, we got everything out. Sleepy time. Oh, hang on. I'll get the little glitching guys in a moment. Now. My God, it's starting to get warm again. Cold, warm, cold, warm. No wonder I have a cold. When I was watching you, I realized that I missed the Hawker's Bane. Luckily. Oh yeah. I was still there after I went back. To get that weapon, wasn't it? Yeah. I need to eat lunch, but I've got a slight bellyache. Oh. Usually when I do, I just go for something like maybe toast and boiled eggs, but you know, that's just me. I find it easy enough on the stomach. Yeah, the unique thing. That's not a creation club quest or a mod, I think. I think that came in with the specialist. I think it was always there. Eggs are for breakfast. Oh, I see. Now, here we go. We'll finish the sloppy side first. And then I'll have to do something with that eventually. You see any little glitches we get in these? I'll sort those in a moment. We have to anyway because it won't affect how it looks from the outside. On the inside, I intend to go with, you know, that green tree thingy. Might work, I suppose. Rana said 2 items I needed. Luckily left him alive and asked him to follow me. Then I traded, took the items and dismissed him. Probably the pickaxe was one. Hoarfrost. Yeah. My tablet's starting to die. It's randomly starts. Oh, turning on and off. Now. Here somewhere. The weather here is crazy, guys. I'm burning up. And then in the same hour I'm freezing, then I'm burning up. Absolutely crazy. There. These are the guys we need. Right. Yes, it was one or the other. Was a tool for the explorers. Ah. Probably one of the shovels or something they were using. Okay, this is going to be a little bit more grindy. Oh, hang on. That was in the... Yeah. Still doable. It gets a little iffy now in a moment because we're kind of going into a red zone. There. You gotta be careful with these guys. I know I always build on the red zone, but I try to maximize the kind of room we have. That's what I'm going through. It was in the 70s today. After it's been cold tonight, yeah, but here it could change 3 times in the same hour. It's ridiculous. Then you get hit with humidity. You get all the weathers within an hour. I had to open the patio door before my stream ended. Yeah, it was freezing. Here it's much more rapid to change. I think we'll probably get a bad winter this year. Yeah, this is where might have a tiny bit of an issue. Okay, this is the way we'll work this one. We'll put you on the inside. No, on the inside. No, on the inside. There you go. Now, we have to be careful with these ones. It seems to be. I'll check it properly later. And that's going to be our hardest end to fix, but the rest will be a cakewalk compared to that. Okay, fair enough. There. Just one more nasty, and that's going to be the hardest because it's right in the red zone. Or what? About 1.5 squares in. And then the corner, a little piece as well. Great yogurt. Sounds similar. Yeah, me too. Now, this is where we're going to suffer just a tiny bit. No, no, don't do that. Don't do that. I think we got it. Yep. I wonder, can we... Yeah, that would work. Now... Kidding me. Okay. There. There, we need a little corner piece. And I think once we get down to here, we're kind of okay, but that's the hard part done. Okay. Now, this is the guy that we need to get in without no complications. Oh, that was close. I don't know, is that the one? There. Ah, drat. There. I know it's ridiculous, especially when the place and everything starts to kick in. There you go. We got it. Now we just finish this one. Of course we'll need the same little thingy there, won't we? We'll leave you over there for a moment. Eventually we get it. It's just the red areas. It's going to be a bit of a problem. Thankfully I'm not lactose intolerant. There. There you go. In this. Okay, we might have to do that. Maybe the hard way. Yes, there you go. Yeah, okay. Come on now. Okay, so far so good. Now, on the inside, which can be a bit of a pain. Almost there, guys. Which you would do. I love my cheese and milk. I definitely don't want any kind of species. Stomach ache. Mac and cheese, nice. I'll fix those little things later. Now, this is what we've got so far. Not bad. Well, that's it. That's pretty much it. Okay, now it's time to save. Wait, I just put you back. Now, let's clear the weather. It's almost dark here. Well, that's a big, oh, well, obviously the settlement entrance. I might do that little side thing. That ugly spot, or we might go central. We'll figure that out in a moment. Where's my lighter? So, what shall we turn our attention to now? There's another interesting thing, but I really can't see it work. It would take over a lot of room, to be honest. But we need to work this guy out. I suppose if we could use little lighting pieces. I'm not really with them, to be honest, because they're not really matching up. I'll show you what I mean. They didn't really make corner pieces, so it really looks horrible. I totally might remove those later. And I've got to do the corner things. It's a pity because, you know, and I can't choose a half piece. There's no half piece in the beading. Now, I could possibly do something like this. I want to go a half pad because, you know, I want as much room as possible. These will have to be fixed, and eventually I'll do them later. The glitching ones and that. I'll get them where they're supposed to be. My stomach is growling now. And I have mac and cheese. Has pouches with creamy. It'll have to be one full piece. Let's see what we have. I could use that stuff, which, you know, looks good. I don't like the lighting in there. I'm not really sure what I have here, but that seems to be our best alternative. Let's see this other stuff I was looking at as well. As I said, we can go with glass, or I don't know, maybe that trellis. The walls I'll repair a little later. here somewhere. Where was it again? There. No. Actually, no. It was here. I could do the VR, guys. You think that's a bit too much? It's very blue. It is extremely blue. I'll show you the VR. I think maybe it might look a bit much. Okay, fiber optics. I still think it's a bit much. No, the blue is too much. I'll show you this stuff. We need something more garden type. I think the trellis. See what I mean? It would be easy to glitch them like so, but ooh, the color. It's in the garden section, I think. Interesting look. Ha. Interesting kind of look, to be honest. Isn't it? That's not bad. That is actually not bad. Well, we'll put that down as a maybe. I'll show you our options. By doing that, we have the option to break off as well. And oh, I'll show you another one. Actually, it might be a bit better. It would go more with the gold kind of thingy. It depends on if the two ends are hidden. I doubt it. Well, I'll show you the options we have anyway. There are... I don't mind those, but there's... You've got that. Now, that's not bad. Well, watch this one. Remember where they are. Where are they, stupid? Oh my god, where are they? Here, I think. Oh yeah, that's more like it. You see that one? Now you have that as well, which might be a bit better. Now, then you could go, and you could kind of go all out, and you could do something a little lower. Like, well, that so far looks the best. Where is it? I'm not too sure about these guys, but still. Yeah, they're not really, Not really snapping. Oh, that's not a bad situation. You can do something like that, which is a little bit more neat. But the problem with this on both sides, it's gonna show. So you'd have to come on both sides like this. You know what I mean? So, what do you think, guys? What we got to think about is when we've got the stairs in here, we will have to come back with a piece of fencing here. And here. Let me see. You know, when we're coming in with our stairs. And this, I thought, would be a better look. There, instead. You know what I mean? And going with something like this. But there's other stuff we can look at as well, we're not, you know. I do like to use these in here. We can go with that look, and that's perfect for that. This is more of a kind, I can see it as more of an indoor kind of thing. The problem about, yeah, there's a problem there with that, isn't there? What a shame. What a shame. I would most likely have to come out with this to accommodate it, which would kind of mess me up, to be honest. Pity. Well, if I use the railings, it's a pretty easy job to come across here. But the railings look more contemporary, I think. These are kind of fancy, and they look really good here. But they seem to be short a little bit for some reason. Don't ask me why. Oh yeah, of course. You've got a half one coming on this side, but you don't get it coming on this side. And these are level with this. So, you could push another one, I suppose. The railings would even look good here. Should have to, it's a pity they look really good here. But we're really, you know, damned in the side. But that's the thing. Now, having said that, there's this look, which is more of, where are you? These are not bad-ish. What do you think of them, guys? They're not bad, I have to admit. This was my first plan, to be honest. It definitely gives us the kind of garden look we're looking for. You gotta admit, it does look pretty good. And so easy to fit, you know? Yeah, let's have another look at it here. This was my first plan. We need something where the whole window is, you know, kind of covered. So let's have a look. Yeah, I like it when the lighting comes in. Gives us the kind of... You see, there's going to be a lot of garden here. I don't want to open up that too much. Although it does give it a bit of a cage look as well. Well, we're in no rush. So much to do before we can even consider sealing this off. All of them look pretty good. So it all depends on what else we build here. Now, this is another thing I want to look at. I'm not sure if it will work. Probably not. Or it would at least cause me a ton of problems, but... I can't choose those because of the way the lights snap on them. Horrible. It would have to be these guys. So I am thinking something like this, but knowing me, I would then have to come on the other side with this, and that might be a problem. Because those pieces don't really tolerate any hassle whatsoever. I'll show you what I mean. They're the only ones that you can fit proper lighting on. For some reason. Nice. And then we can use that whenever we want to, that wouldn't be a thing. Ah, drat. I can cover this with a kind of roof piece. Stuff that kind of looks like a roof. Oh, there's a concrete look as well. You know. Oh, leave it marble, it doesn't really matter. There's another few things you could actually add to this as well, so I'm going to check them all. My problem is the inside. You know what I mean? I wouldn't mind going with the same stuff again, but we'll see. Our problem with some of the plans for this is it's running here. For to really make effective use of this, you'd want the building in the center of this, to be honest. It kind of limits your options. So, we could come along with... Okay, let me just change the settings and see if this is even possible. But I know it's not, because those guys don't react well. I wonder, has that a snap point? Now I'm getting hungry. I don't think we'll push a snap point out of that one. These are the ones I originally wanted to go with. If I could get those idiots to snap like that. Oh, they're snapping now. Oh, cool. That would have saved me a lot of hassle. I loves to half snap as well. Cool. We would be stuck with a piece, but you see what I'm saying? Then, you could, if you were really desperate, go with that. But too much, you know what I mean? Too much. I am kind of set on something like this, to be honest. But for what I want to do, you're talking about a massive, massive job. We wouldn't have much of a problem here. But up here, my God. I don't know, it might be worth the effort. I'm off to watch some TV before I go to bed. Oh, cool. I better call it night. I still have some things to do before I go to bed. Lurk. And thanks for lurking, Tigger. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your TV. Have a good rest and a great day. Stay safe, Tigger. Bye. I totally like to do maybe the same thing again, but I can see it cause problems. But let's say it was only problems for this area, maybe. Within reason, glitch the grass. So, let's give it a shot. Let me just use these for a moment. These wouldn't be the ones I'm using, but I need to know if it actually work. Right. Now let's see. Well, you could do that in certain sections as well, but you see what I mean? Because of the stupid grass, you're absolutely wasting your time. Absolutely wasting your time. You see what I would try to do? Now, let's say we do a silly thing, and let's say we decide that it's worth glitching these later, which will be a nightmare, but you get that kind of look. But you would 100% have to glitch these. Yeah, there'll be no going back on that. And you would probably need 4 pieces on each. Now, let's say you could go with the concrete, but then you're talking about another path. Okay. I can see, that might work if we're going with a large bow. Well, we'll be able to do the same thing here. pretty much know we'll have no trouble here, but... How far could we go with this? Oh, I think we could make this, guys. That's kind of cool looking. You know what I mean? You'd have that little walkway in here, and then I could go with the slight gardens. Well, that would rule out. What's it called? The trellis, and you know, maybe the other two. Oh, hi. Oh. Oh, you said that the Y was silent, so it's Arlana. Hi, Arlana. Thanks for following. Appreciate it and welcome. Something like that. Yeah, I'm brutal. I'm sorry with tags. Especially when I'm tired. So, I don't know, gives it a kind of, you know what I mean? You see this kind of look with our lights? We do a little step down here on the stairs. I can't see much of a problem. We fill this with concrete. And we cut back on the lawns a bit. Good night all. AM late getting myself to bed. And thanks for stopping by and following Arlana. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest and hope you have a great day tomorrow. Stay safe. Bye. So what do you think, guys? Now I'm kind of tempted to drop down on this section here. Which I really can't see it'd be much of a hassle. You know what I mean? It would just be dropping those guys down to there, and you would be opening up a pretty big area, like so. Well, for here at least. And then to drop down here on the stairs. Kind of doable, I think. It wouldn't take a ton of rearranging. I think it's workable. See what I mean? We could drop down on the stairs from here. And who knows, to a certain extent, I might be able to carry it on here, Das. And then we kind of slip our stairs going up. But I would prefer, let's say, on this area to keep it this height. With a little bit of effort, I think we could do it. This is my biggest problem here, you know. And they'll never fit back in with that piece of... The SOE might have had a chance, but you'd have to do 4 on each piece, massive. Or maybe 3 if you're thinking about doing a large line. Oh, hi Appa. Hi, how are you? Hope you've been well. You missed that. Oh, sorry. Did I? Oh, my apologies, Blonde. You know what I'm like, but I'm distracted. And thanks for stopping by, Blonde. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good one. Great rest and stay safe. Yeah. I'm kind of tired myself. This cold has kind of knocked me for 6. And thanks for that shout out, Blonde. Yeah, this is what we're going with, Japa. So I'm trying to hammer out a look. And I think this is the look I want, to be honest. I can come up my stairs here, and we kind of lift it on this. We'll be bringing that all around. Then we'll be coming with a 4 square. I would have a large area, and I was thinking pool. Now, well, we messed about with a lot of different railings on this, but now it's kind of looking like the ones we used that on the pyramid build because of the way it's situated. And we can, no rush. There might be other stuff I could use. Here we'll be going 2 stories for this eventually, yeah, but and then I'll have to work out the design later. Central staircase, slightly smaller one here, 1 square, or even half a square out, with a kind of rail balcony. And I think I know exactly what I'll do with that. We'll probably be removing this to accomplish it. Kind of works as a balcony and a top piece, and do something similar, and then come along hopefully with 4 of these for a centerpiece. If the size permits. The garden I'll have to work out what to do with later. I'm thinking about kind of maybe even building up that stuff again, with the window stuff, and making a kind of large spa. I could use the water, some waterfalls, some statues, but I could put the smoke in as well to make it look like it's kind of warm water, like kind of spa, because I don't know, the arches give it that kind of Roman look. On top of this, there's lots of stuff I could use if I wanted to, or I could even add this second piece here. But I don't think that would work. I think that would be good. There's a few things I could do here. Last shout out for me tonight. No problem. Hope you have a good one, Blonde, and a good rest. Stay safe, Blonde. Bye. Yeah, it might work. All the time when I'm building here, he never leaves. He leaves when you fast travel away. For me, at least. But I eventually finished my other build as well, but the pyramid. I think it was, but I think you've seen that. I've got 20 settlers in that one. So I'm heavily thinking about going with it this way. Okay, I'd need to change this a tiny bit, but I think it would be worth it. And we'll be losing, I'll show you the space we'd have left. Oh, we're not exactly, well, we will be losing that in greenery. And that as well. I could, what, we could come across here as well. Right onto this. Oh, I think we could. We'd still have a lot of room there. We'd have this green square here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3. We've got a good 5 by 5 square. Yeah, you gotta fast travel away, or I just stay here. See, I haven't been fast traveling away, so he's gonna stay here forever. Unless I shoot him in the head. Okay, just for a moment. Let me have a quick look at this and we'll see what it looks like. It actually wouldn't, it would be 5 by 4, now that I think of it. because we'd have to come out one again, and that would work as well. We'll just have a look. I want to see how much room we could take over. We could conceivably glass this roof as well. Possible. Or we could use a nice tree, but I think maybe the spa would be the way to go. We're not leaving much grass, but still. So then, let's say we do... we could only come across to here. But we could bring it out 2 pieces. Actually 3. 1, 2, 3. But that looks a bit off. No, it would have to come in contact here. Now, another option then, that would be to come out 1 more square. Getting complicated, isn't it? Dingleberry. Hey, Croc. Is there a team? Yeah, I'm thinking about putting in a spa, like a Roman spa here. If I could. Have a few settlers hanging around in it and that. But it would really cut back on the gardens, wouldn't it? What about this, Stas? What about me making the sacrifice after all the work I did on the carpet? Of making a spa in here. A double spa, maybe 1 here. We could... yeah, the carpet wouldn't really work then, but still. And a spa here. And then concentrate on our settlers upstairs. Yeah, it does have that kind of aqueduct look, doesn't it? I was thinking of doubling it over. We'd make a walkway running around. It reminds me of the really old medieval cathedrals and, you know, let's say the apes part of it. The vestries. Yeah, it does have that old look. I could conceivably do it there. We could have this with a large tree. A tree is going to really look good here. We really need a tree. You know, we put it dead central here as our little garden area. You know, the Roman villas were pretty big into doing these, going around, you know, a centre like that, and going in with their little garden on that, and that would work. The garden here, so it's unfortunate I put so much work into that carpet. But, you know, who's to say we can't use carpet in a spa? We could take out a certain amount here. I could probably work it. I think I could. So we proceed with a garden. It would. You would go there. Ah, that's cool. So that's what I'll do. I might be able to glitch the other pieces so we don't have to remove any carpet. So if we're going with 1, we would have to go with 2. Or else we would have to put a stair system here, or vice versa, and then with a large spa here. I like the spa there, and it says, okay, we're going with a spa indoors, right? We're going with this look outside, large garden. I do like the drop here, that where both of these are on the same level instead of the other system I have. This will have to stay. We drop down on this side. I can't see it being much of a problem. You know what I mean? I really don't. We would have to put a corner piece there. Not much of a problem. We drop these guys down. And because of the problems here, we go with a concrete, and then we would most likely use it for one of these pieces of marble here. Or maybe there's something different I could use here. We wouldn't be able to use 4 pieces, but if we were to use, well, we would have to use them here. And if that's the case, we could use them here. I'm thinking more like those tiles, you know, those. Yeah. There's a nice brown one, but they're nasty to fit. But possible. You remember the ones I used in the cathedral? It might not be easy, but once I see the space, we don't really have the space. I was thinking more like a central tree. It's a pity we didn't have the space. If this was a little bit longer, I would have used a high point here for that. Not really that big, this, is it? Okay, so I think we have a plan. Let's try one of the trees. See what the spacing is like. I am seriously considering pulling that piece out, you know, out level with the building itself here. Just that one square, you know, right out there. And then we'll have this perfectly square. We pull this up, and then I'll be able to get another one coming from here, coming down and sealing this properly, the way it should be. So we could have our 2 little distinct pieces. So that would be pulled out. This would be coming across, and then let's say the likes of here we'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, remember we'd have actually 4. So this one would be pretty much history as well. It would have to be a pathway. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 by 5. 4 by 5. And then, well, we could put water around it, that's with a nice little bridge. That's interesting. I know we'd be tied up with fencing, but possible. We would have to use the Institute stuff because it's dark. We wouldn't be able to see through like the usual stuff. You know, the darker stuff. I could conceivably maybe use the gold trim to trim the sides, which would be a kind of a match. Then we could have a little garden. The bridge thing, it wouldn't take much. Let's see the trees. I want to see how much room we have. Oh, the settings. Where's the settings? But we'd have to do something with the sides as well, just to give it that extra look, which is possible. I think the pieces are pretty they're pretty good to work with in most cases, as long as the ground level is not too low. We just might get away with it. There's a red one, which would probably be the guy we want. Now, because there's 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say, would we get away with 2? I doubt we get away with 2. I do hate it when trees cross over too much, but let's say we chanced it. Nah. And then we build our garden around that. Of course we place it a bit better. Well, the way I'd work that guy now. I wonder if we could glitch 2 of these together. How would that actually look? Probably stupid, but let's say we did something stupid. Ooh, I kind of like it. Oh, I'll be doing an entrance. I have a couple of options. This is where I'm going to make use of this das here. That will be our entrance. Right there. It just needs a bit of work. That looks interesting, doesn't it? And it gives us the size we want. That kind of intertwined looking tree. Once we get the... Well, there it is there. You see that? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So we'll be getting that. Let's head there. That. I'll work out the nitty-gritty of it a little later, but it would be something like that. We'd have that huge tree. That's nice. I think we could work with that. But I like the way it twists. You know, the twists. That with some nice lighting, nice garden, some deck chairs. Maybe a little barbecue. I could see that work. A little pond, nice gold trim, small bridge. And then remember we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the third one would be our bridge. So everything is nice and central. We could even rail it off. I can see it work. Okay, well, we start this project for real. The destruction I did was too much. But that's how we'll do it. Right. We did need a tree no matter what happened. Let's go for it. I still have a bit of time, don't I? I do. Now let me slip back into this. It's starting to get cold again. And I think we have a plan. You can see the difference now before we kind of started a little thing. It's filling it up nicely and it's kind of giving it purpose. Of course we can use, you know, those little lamps, the ones that kind of swing in the breeze, and place them around here and there in the walkways, maybe. You know, at certain intervals, might kind of work as well. But that's kind of more like decorating, so you know we'll work on that bit after. Right, now that we know what we're doing, we should go kind of quick. Now, it does. I like the twist on it. And I'm so familiar with all the trees and that, so it looks different enough for me. Oh yeah, one moment. First things first. Right, this should go quick. My bellyache, oh my, it escalated last hour. I had a whole watery mouth. Oh, yeah. If it gets much worse, maybe you might have to see someone. Have you got anything there, like maybe Alka-Seltzer or anything like that? We might settle it. I think I'm going to skip lunch and take a nap. Yeah, maybe you might need to fast a little bit. It might be better. But make sure and drink lots of water. And I hope you have a good rest, Cord. I hate that when that happens to you, Daz. Now hopefully it wasn't something you ate. The last thing you need is food poisoning. But usually with me, if I had, trust me, I got food poisoning a lot. You learn to live with it here with the takeaways. But within 12 hours it will kick in rightly. If it is, I'll be fine. Yeah, probably just hit you hard. Here, let me get some fresh soda, guys. Okay. Oh, come on. There. Now I just get a sip of this, and then my throat is starting to get really sore. Now, okay. Here we go. I know what I want, so this should go quick. A lot of these obviously will be sacrificed, but there. Okay, just get rid of that junk for a moment. I see, we're going to save as much of this grass as we can. Okay. Yeah, we want to be careful here, because we might... The first piece in might be a bit of a nasty one. Yeah, well. Probably better off just scrapping everything because it takes too long to move it. Yeah, as I thought. Oh well, here we go. I want to definitely keep the grass here if I can. Oh, yeah. Well, this is going to be a walkway, so not too much of a hassle here, guys. We will be taking out that one as well. Interesting. But here we can't compromise. Oh, nice. Okay, we're on track. Now. Oh, I see. I see. That's our outside. The rest I can fix in 1 second. You see the system we're using here, I might actually go half now, that. So we get that small green as well. I know it's going to take a bit of work, but you know where we go full here and a half pad on the outside, so we'll be glitching these back to a certain area. We could use the half concrete. That would work. We could use the half concrete and then, you know, we could double side it and we could add another one of those going each side of this, if you know what I mean. Yeah, okay, I'll sort that one out in my head in a moment. That's okay for the time being on this, so let's just do a repair on this one. I think I definitely know what I want here now. There, that's our system there. Now, these are the guys we'll be using, so we need to sleep. And I'll get this little show on the road. Yeah, I know it's only 5, but still. I'm going to have a fiber drink. Yeah, that would be a good idea, and some water. Be sure to rest. Okay. Right. Now. Right, let's get this in quickly. And see where we're going. We're using this one. Let's check the lighting on it, make sure there's one of these, the lighting works right, the other one's wasted time. I don't want to glitch every single light in. It's just going to be aesthetic anyway, but... Now, there's another thing we can do that. we could use these. Here. We can't use these because I really hate the crossover on the corners. There's no corner pieces. I'm going to remove those later. Now, the lighting is not a problem, as I said. I can lit stuff in here. So, instead of those, to look a bit basic. Oh, they're not bad. You know, they do match this, but I'll show you this one. It's the only other alternative, really. I think most likely those. Now is the time I'm supposed to hammer out the details. I don't know, I'm not sold on that. Oh god, no. Right, we'll go with these. There's ones with wood, but the lights are really glitched on them. They're the only ones that work properly. I'm just in the red area. Come on. I'll try the beating on this in a moment as well. See that? Oh, I really hate it when that happens. That we cannot accept. How is this guy looking? That looks pretty good, so what's our problem here? The snaps on these should be similar. It is until we get to this. It's spinning around. God, it's worse. Looks okay. I don't know, go figure. I don't know. Oh, I see. I would have to drop these guys down. Strange snap, isn't it? Isn't TMI, but I had a big O and I feel so much better. Probably gas pains, I would say. Yeah, I hate the way it does this to me, to be honest. That's gonna cause me a lot of problems. That there. Let's put a dent in my little plan. Oh, there's this one as well, Das. Let's say if we change our mind, it might actually be a better option. I know it's steel. Where did I see this one? It's a pity it's steel. Well, not that. That's ridiculous. Okay, it's not here. Either true that I don't mind a look at that one either, but it's totally wrong for this build. Where did I see it? There. It's steel, you see. And it's not. No, we're on the right track. It's just something going on here. And I need to sort maybe my... What is something wrong anyway? I could literally move these up, guys. That's what you're talking about. It's another little stupid job for me to do. I would have to get these guys here and move them up. Yeah, this seems to be raised higher than the other one. Oh, okay, maybe. If I did something like this, but I'd be taking a chance. I'll get the other guys in first, but if I did something, maybe like so. Yeah. There. And I could flick it back in. Okay, that would do. Problem is solved. Just, you know, little minor adjustments. What can we do with this snappy house? Always the same. Extremely strange snap points. Okay, let's carry on with this. Try and get this done quickly. We just needed to work that one out. I see the nasty area. Get my lights in a minute as well. That's an okay one. Oh, sorry. Meant to go down there. Get rid of you. And get rid of you. Okay, that's stage one. Now, let the fun begin. I was checking the pasta in the store the other day. Cheaper pasta when GMO. Oh, only one ingredient, wheat and an expensive one. A bunch of. Oh, it is. Yeah, the fine print. Alright, stage 1. We use different saves for this guy. Now, 2. We'll concentrate on this area and finish it. This one is a snap because, you know, it's pretty deep. We'll be able to get around that one. No problem, that. There's no way of getting these in without removing one of these, so we'll be probably using some kind of tiling. So we'll be literally removing them. Well, we're never getting those in anyway. Oh, I could use that guy. Okay. Oh yeah, stupid. We forgot to reset this guy. There. Now, once these guys go in, we'll do the second one. And this is what I'm thinking. Okay, I get you back for a moment. Here and... well, straight up. Gotta get these ones. Okay. Let's change it a bit. No matter. There. Yeah. Should I? Yeah, I were to keep consistent of I'd have no choice, wouldn't I? We're talking about something like that. That's it there. Okay, let's get these pieces and I'll sort out that dilemma in a moment. I still need to upload my county crossing bill. Cool. If I find the time, I will do it tonight. Oh, that's cool, code. Now, let's give this a shot. I could do something silly, but, you know, there's lots of decent pieces. These are the ones I'm looking for. Well, we have a certain look in mind. And we'll stick to that. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I see. I think we can still manage this. Yeah, okay. Didn't count on that being so close. Pitfalls everywhere. Oh, okay. Now, all right. And then that one. Right, that's what we need from there. Now, with a bit of planning, I suppose it's possible we bring the stairs from here. 1, 2, 3 in the center. Yeah, it might work. I know building a 404, I hope to add something similar to the Elder Scrolls. Oh, that would be awesome. I'm back. Oh, welcome back, Dad. If they had this kind of building in Skyrim, I would be playing it all the time. Forever. You know what I mean? Skyrim is my favorite game, and this would be my second best because of the building. But this would be obviously way more replayable than Skyrim because, you know, how many times can you do the same quests over and over again? But this kind of building on Skyrim, making villages and stuff, oh. But it was never really designed with those kind of mechanics. They would probably have to tear the game apart. Well, but a new one, let's say. Yeah. I don't think they'll ever do this again, Ness, to be honest. Or Court. No, I think this is it. Too complicated, I think, for them now. I think they'll dumb it down, especially in this one coming up to Starfield. Well, if they want to keep the bugs out, because we know they'll fix them, they'll dumb it down. I hope they don't come out with something like, oh, what was it called again? Outer Wars. You know, it was okay, but just okay. No classic. How was your visit? Oh, it was great. We went on a little drive around my area and watched some... Oh, that's cool. Now let me grab some soda. I think I could add a nice staircase here later. It would be. Yeah. But again, that's a complicated system. I can't see them go this way. And Todd saying there was endless worlds to explore did not impress me. It's like when he said there was endless quests in Skyrim. He didn't mention it was the same quest over and over again from the companions or the Brotherhood, killing NPCs as you want to keep in the game. I would say there'll be something like a portal you go through, maybe 5 of them, and there's a world there, and it just keeps respawning. Something like that. More like 10 that keep respawning instead of endless. As far as the building is going, imagine doing that kind of building on endless worlds. Like the world's greatest PC couldn't compete with what that guy has been promising. We've heard his promises before. Remember what he said about Skyrim. Was it Skyrim? It was. He said the engine they had then for Skyrim had the biggest upgrade since Oblivion. We all know what happened with Skyrim and Fallout 4. He said it would be seamless loading screens. That was often called for 10 minutes. I know a guy actually, I don't know if I can believe him, but he said when he was caught in a loading screen walking out a door, he decided to just leave the console on to see how long it took. I think he said it took something like 24 hours or 48 hours, something ridiculous. I don't know if he actually did it, but he claims. So that, to me, doesn't seem to be seamless. Then he said for Starfield, he said it's getting the biggest upgrade since, Fallout 4 and Skyrim. So, I don't know. I think we've been down this road before with this guy. The promise is the same. It's just the games have changed. Yeah, there's nothing that guy would actually say to me that I would believe. I would have to see it. But if they want to keep on Microsoft's good side, Microsoft, are capable of doing anything as well, but they don't like bad PR. They're going to have to dumb their game down. They're well capable of making the game without bugs. For some reason, don't want to do so. I don't know, maybe it takes too long. Maybe they're too mean to hire in some guys to help, or, they're definitely too mean to upgrade their engine. Although, say what you want about the engine, it's a brilliant engine. It's just that those guys want too much from it. You know what I mean? And they're not really big on fixing things when they break down. Now, this is one end, so let's work on the other end. And we'll see if we can get this guy in shape. I will see how fast we can get this together. There will be awkward pieces like that stupid thing there, but I can get it eventually. Oh, yeah, there's something I want to try. Here, on this. That's what I was looking for now. This piece here, I don't know. We could go with the water thing again, I suppose. It's hard to know. Maybe, ultimately too much water. Here we go with a pathway. Now, basically now, I think with that company, seeing is believing. I won't be pre-ordering anything from that guy or Ubisoft anymore, since their fiasco with Ragnarok. Denying a DLC from Season Pass holders, so... what will happen now is most people that are in no rush to play the game will probably wait well over a year to buy it. They'll lose out, long term. Interesting. Yeah, but well, that's actually coming out to there. There'll be another one coming in here, so I'll be going around the other side. I'll leave that for a moment. You know what, I'm totally into doing something like this, and then we go with a pathway, or, we have the option to do the waterway. The waterway might take up a bit, maybe too much room, but this will define it a bit, I think. Well, this one will be going across that way. Might have to take that one out. Interesting. We'll just leave that like that for a moment. A waterway is not a horrible idea, to be honest. But, I don't know, maybe too many waterways. But it would give us a bigger garden, that. A way bigger garden. But that is turning out to be just like the other. Yeah, like, take any company, take Blizzard, let's say, way back when. They did produce some quality games. They were pretty decent. Great developers, people with passion, artists, really in it for the love of the game. People like that, they flocked and they bought their stuff, and they became pretty wealthy. And then the old thing happens, you know what I mean? You want more and more and more. Eventually you'll sell off your company and, shareholders and stocks and all of this thing. Then you've got to impress your investors. So then you're going to have to make lots more money. So you'll churn out stuff faster. The quality will suffer. You'll do a lot. Eventually you'll start squeezing your workers, and that's where the problems really come in, I think. And then you're another Rockstar, 2K. You're another EA Sports. And that's how it goes. All of these guys were pretty small. Oh yeah, totally. Speed. The faster you get them out, and sell them. And now you don't even have to make them workable. You can sell someone now something for €100, and it's unplayable, and you can tell them, yeah, well, maybe in a few months we might fix it. We'll get some of the junior staff on it, and he'll fix that one bug, and he'll cause 3 more. That kind of stuff. But there's no incentive to make good games anymore, because you'll still get paid for bad ones. You'll make them quickly, and you won't lose any money. On the contrary, you'll probably make more. Except CD Projekt, they went absolutely too far. They would have probably getting away with it, but the fact that they said, one of the CEOs said, I think one of the co-founders said, it works surprisingly well on console, was the last straw. It was an unbelievable backlash, and it's a pity, because it's the first time that CD Projekt have really done something this scummy. But I will say one thing: they do deserve another chance, at least one. Like, if we can give the other companies endless chances, they would deserve one, but only one after such a You know, such a blatant money grab. Yeah, barely playable. Most game companies now are just running on the goodwill they earned, to be honest. Like Bethesda, for instance. Um, we had Skyrim, awesome game, even with all its bugs and Fallout 4. But at least we thought they were trying. Um, then, let's say we had a pretty long wait, and I said, we're coming out with another Skyrim, or another Elder Scrolls. I was, pretty excited until I heard it was an MMO, so I knew exactly what they were going to do. This was on, mobile games, and microtransactions were starting to really come into force. So I knew what road they'd take, and yeah, I was, right on that one. So I didn't bother with that one, as desperate as I was to play a decent game. So I said, really, then it's all down to the next game they make. But if they go the same road, they went with the Elder Scrolls. I give them just a few years, and they will either just go under or sell out. So yeah, they went with another MMO, Fallout 76. It's a disaster. It was even a bigger dumpster fire, apparently, than the Elder Scrolls Online. And then they started selling servers for, what was it, $100 a year? That, I think, was a gut punch. And yeah, sure enough, how long ago? 4 or 5 years. Microsoft come in and buy them out. If they were doing as good as they wanted to. But I think it's like, someone in an area that's really nasty. Like a criminal. Eventually, when he has enough harm done, he just moves away to another place. He knows that area is spent. And I think the people over that game company, let's say, apparently ZeniMax, the breakaway side, let's say, that did the business end of it, they took it really for what it was worth and left his carcass there. It was the modders that saved the game. They wouldn't have had much to sell to Microsoft. Microsoft might have not even been interested if it was not for the modders. And what did they do? When they seen there was interest in mods, they started doing their own stuff. And selling that off. So, no, I have no respect for them for that. You have to grind like 5 years. Yep. Exactly. 5-year grind. This is all legal. Oh my god. 5 years. What about FIFA that? If you want these players. Somebody who worked it out. They would have to grind for, what was it, 2 years to get all these players, when the players were changed every year because of the new season. So it was literally impossible. Some of the star players, let's say, in FIFA, like let's say Messi and Ronaldo and all of those guys, in these so-called surprise boxes, basically slot machines, where you actually paid money for something and you had a little to no chance of getting that thing. They were forced to reveal the odds of getting these players, and they said under 1%. Now, under 1% doesn't exactly mean 1 in 100. Like, that could be 1 in 20 trillion. Under 1%. Yeah. No, it never was. It ruined a good few games in the US as well. The football games and that. Ruined it. The constant recycling of a game the year before, and they would just change some names. It even got to the stage where they were leaving the old signs behind from the games, and people were seeing this, and, but they were still buying them. So you know, what can you do? Rockstar as well have been pretty stagnant because of their success on GTA Online. I don't begrudge them that. It's a good game. You know, MMO is not my thing, but I can respect it. But it stopped them from producing games and made them pretty stagnant. You know, they come out with some goodies. You know, like GTA, you know, San Andreas, Bully. You know, some decent stuff. They did try to kind of break off and do some stuff, and well, they didn't. They hired a third party, which made a real mess of it on mobiles and all of that stuff. Um, but I don't know. As a competitive company now, they're just, you know, a one-trick horse, and that's yeah. But how long does it take court for that? the only they even took longer than, let's say, like Bethesda did, and that again was a recycle of an old game, Red Dead Redemption, back in the good old days. You know. They just took that game and just did it instead of exploring, let's say, doing new games, and you know, if they're going to go down that road, or sticking to the formula of Red Dead Redemption and the other stuff. Yeah, the Elder Scrolls and Fallout 76. But let's say what Bethesda did, like that's a pretty low bar for anyone. I've played a lot of GTA in my time before it went online, and San Andreas, and the very first Red Dead. I even played Red Dead Nightmare until I realised it was just nothing, only a bunch of online stuff, which didn't really interest me. Where's my lighter? But CD Projekt were going in the right direction for the longest time, and still are in a kind of a way. I know that game is a disaster, but it's improving. But at least, you know, they weren't sticking in too many microtransactions in it, so you know, they're still on the right path. They just need to, you know, behave. I have a doctor's appointment in half an hour, so I've got to go. Have a great day and stay safe. And thanks for stopping by. Best of luck with your appointment. Take care and stay safe. Bye. Now, I don't know, it's always pretty dark in this settlement. I don't know why. Like, even when you clear or whatever, it's kind of not great. Once I get my lighting in anyway, we'll work that out. Okay. We can get a reasonable amount done on this. I'll start trying some light shortly. These work with a generator from SOE, so you know it'll be okay. We're no rush with our generator. But I might reconsider about that water thing, maybe. But I would probably have to make it dead clear water if I did that. We're talking about a big floor, but still it's doable, you know, at a certain level. Now, I just take a few of these out for a moment, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3. That's where we'll be going across. We do that in a second. Well, if lucky, we'll be pushing that back in, isn't it? Hey. There. Now. I'll work on the other ones in a moment. We'll be dropping those down, I'd say. One, two, three. Testing, testing. Bunch of junk. Yeah. I see. I get these ones. I'm feeling fine now. So weird how all of a sudden. Yeah, it's the usual thing with tummy problems. You were probably right, it was just some probably trapped wind or something. But extremely painful when that happens. Alright, so far so good. So this is what we're looking at. Now, there's little adjustments I'll have to do here and there to match that up, but I'll get to those little things after. Starting with this guy. There's some bits I want to check on this, but let's say this one first. I'll show you what I mean on this. Well, for here at the very least, I could probably go with something different on this. Now, we could, you know, within reason, use this kind of rolling as well, but let's see if I can find this. We'll see if this guy works. I'm not sure it will, but Well, it's not that anyway, but that I want, let's say, as our balcony area. It'll do as our railings up there as well. Where did I see these pieces? Okay, not there, so it's probably here. Interesting. Ah, here they are. I know they're for roofs, but I know they're going a bit high, aren't they? Let me see. I don't know, it's still interesting. It's an interesting look. Let's have a go. Let's have a crack. If we can get them all in, it's definitely where to go. A problem might be with a bridge, but I could overcome that, you know, especially if we're going with a bottom section. I'm still not convinced about that stuff. And there's my reason why. Waste of time. Come on. Wait. Yeah, it's pretty high, isn't it? It's got a pretty decent look, but... So, we'll be going, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so 3 across here. We'll be removing this. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3. You would be removing that. And taking that over here. Using these guys here, here, it's got potential. I will say that if we can do something with the edge, let me see. Wind, yeah. A moat. Yeah, it's pretty simple to do. Something similar I want to do. Pop off. Yeah, kind of. We could go with something like this and I could shoot the other guy, so... You know what I mean? I know we're leaving it on heavy with this stuff after building one entirely of this, but I know we're using a lot of marble and this stuff as well, so... You know, having said that, there's a possibility we might be able to change that. We would do something like that. And I might be able to get a snap on that, guys. Where it would come out like this. But that would mean I go the entire way around, but still. Here, you would have to get something. And that's where you're snookered. You see this? You're really snookered. This is where you'd start removing pieces here. That's my big problem with this. This should probably get away with. Now, what we could do is we could go old school on this. We could use this, and to be honest, I think I like the stone a little bit. And I know this gives us a nice little ridge, but I'm not so sure about that. You know, I would probably use one out here as well, let's say. So we'd be pretty safe, but I don't know. Oh, I see, is it worth it? I do like that. We could use it on this, but then we're talking about a ton. And I mean a ton of side pieces. This is my issue here. The last time I did something with this, I literally had to, you know, move these. But it's not a big glitching issue. Okay. Oh, that's not kind of bad, is it? But you're wasting your time getting these in. But I could glitch them. Yeah, expecting to do a lot of glitching on this anyway. Okay, we need some steel. I think we're getting somewhere now. I finished all the glitching on the outside. Remember the last time we were here yesterday when we started the settlement, so any glitching stuff we have, I'll probably do that later. The nasty stuff. I have an idea as well. I might run through this a little later as well. There. Let's slightly leave that back and I'll glitch it all later. I could use concrete and be done, but then I lose a lot of the area, and I only intend to use a pathway a half square on this. But we would have to side it with those little curbing stone thingies. So we could do something like that. No, okay. Let's finish this. Make sure we're going in the right direction first. But we don't need the railings now, and that's the only reason I'm using it. Well, it's enough to stop an NPC. If we want to, I suppose we could use the railings. I will create a fake floor from the highest point in a moment. But it's ideal for this, you know, inside corners. For the outside corners, it's a disaster around the bridge, but still doable. This will be the highest point, so we will probably be running the floor just below that and litching it in. Okay, we're getting there. Okay. That's it for a moment. Now let's see. I'm not so sure I'd use something like this for the bottom. I'll try a few different things in a moment. Those I'll lich back in a second. Okay, so that's definitely our waterway. That they all have to be fixed as well. You know, just like that. Moving each piece. Now you see where I'm going with this. Large tree, that twisted tree. Not so sure about coming out here, but let's have a look at this. Just for a moment. I'm tempted to use a 4 square here, but it would take a lot. And it's kind of wide. I might, we'll see. I might consider it. Okay. Let me see. Okay, right. I'll have a quick look at these ones. I know we'll be using something similar over there. Those, not really. Not exactly what I had in mind. Okay, let's try the other one. Oh yeah, I want to try it on this as well. That one will be dropped down in a moment also. That will be a lot lower. What's our chances? Nah, we couldn't use that on the outside. Let me save. Let me see exactly what that would look like. If we were to go down that road. Well, I do know one thing. It would hide a lot of problems, and it might look pretty decent. Okay, we might have a change. It all depends. It might cover a lot of problems we have up top as well. All depends on how it looks. Oh, swanky. There's a little change. We wouldn't be using these anymore. There'd be history. And then the corner piece. But it's doable, I'd say. Now, our problem would be here. We could run that there. That would still work. So, what do you think, guys? Oh, it's hard to know, isn't it? Very dark. I could add the piece here, that wouldn't be too hard. I think it's pretty doable. It would be easy enough to come around the side, but hide a lot of problems. We would have our, you know, little thing here. Let's see what these railings, what way they work. I think that might be the way to do it. I could put a little stairs in later, so... Oh, okay, let's see. Well, here we'd have no problem with the other guys. Oh. Obviously need a piece there. I have to put that piece in. We could go with oh, I still kind of like these, even though they're a bit. Oh, the spacing is perfect. Pretty easy to fit. I wouldn't be using grass, I'd be going with something much different. So I'd probably, there's one thing one in particular I could use. Now, you're probably better going with something like that. Is that, the other one is too bright, but you're probably talking about that. The only other option you have is this one. I know it's more to the colour, but I might actually use that. Yeah, it's a better choice. We could use that maybe in the gardens or then come along with this. Well, eventually. Now, when it comes to lighting, we could probably do something like this. Well, we'll use the original lighting. We know well it's not going to be good enough, but it will look right and I can hide the other pieces. There are the lights. They're not bad. And it wouldn't take much to add those. Where's the original? There they are. Oh, copper. I think we might have a new look. Obviously the problem would be the where it doesn't come down on the outside. I've got some dirt piles and stuff I could build it up. Oh, you've got these ones. God, they're horrible. I don't even... Oh yeah, they require power. It's probably these guys. See, I have that kind of look. Going all the way around. Yeah, it would probably be... Downlighters are not bad, but they're horrible looking. They're too rusty. Uplighters. If I was doing the uplighters, I would measure them something like this. Maybe not a good plan. It would have to be something like that. I'm not really convinced about those. Then, you know, you could... Oh, there's a ton of stuff. I would probably glitch some lights in here. The yellow ones. They used to be just aesthetic. That would probably be the way to go. Now, if I put a generator in, make a workbench, I might have something that might fit on this, let's say in yellow. But I don't think they'll snap on the snappy house kit. What's that? Oh, a stupid alarm. There we go. That would probably work. Oh my, I've done my 6 hours. Okay, let me load this up. So that's it, guys. Yeah, I think I'll get a rest. I'm absolutely wrecked. That's not too bad. We have a rough idea of what we want. We just get our gardens and stuff in. And then we can work on this a little later. We'll be going up another story. And maybe with something else on top. We just about managed that. We can easily get another story in and still stay within the height limit. And I suppose, you know, we could stairs down, and we could even use this as a kind of walkway. We would need a decent railings, but I think it would work. Only problem would be, well, if I was doing it from here, I would probably get my stairs from here, a middle one, and then something coming across from the center. So we can come down here and back up, and then, well, if that's the case, then we would, you know, on the other side have a doorway. One second, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, perfect. 5 on the center. This is nice. Oh, hi, Dart. Dart Cyric, I think. Sorry if I got your tag wrong. Yeah, well, this is our second day here. We've spent about, well, 12 hours on this one. And thanks for the follow, Dart. I appreciate it and welcome. We're trying to work out and plan what we need to do. It's a big hassle getting in that bugged USO carpet. I was thinking about going with a large staircase on one side and a kind of sauna on the other. Well, there'll be a garden here and a very, very large tree. I'll be doing waterways here with plants and stuff on these, and I'll kind of light up this. This is 10 pounds. And we spent 12 hours on this so far. Well, the groundwork was probably the hardest. I have some other plans I'll do. We'll be going up another story as well. There's still a good bit to work out on this. I've finished a couple of other settlements if you'd like to see them. This one is still in progress, Dart. The last one I did was a large step pyramid. But I also did a player home in home plate in Diamond City. It's kind of more practical. The Diamond City one, the script in that, let's say, doesn't support a lot of pieces, but you could still use SOE. And I'm building on this on the Xbox, and the modded pieces I'm using are the likes of SOE, USO, and Snappy House Kit. All of them are available. All of the stuff I use free on Bethesda.net. So all very doable, you know. Always me, yeah. I've always loved it. I'll show you a little player home we did. It would only let us use SOE, but it let me use some of the decorating mods as well. But I think it made it kind of unique, I suppose. Excuse me, I'm running a cold or flu. I don't know how I managed to pick it up. Where is it? Home plate. And this one took about 64, but in my defense, you know, home plate, there's no snapping. Everything is placed by hand. One moment. There. So, this is home plate. So that's our door out to Diamond City. And these are clothes racks. We've got a Hancock, Piper, and McCready clothing section here, and I've hidden my workbench in here. You can see how I've been forced to use SOE. So through here we have, you know, our storage, magazines, bobbleheads, unique weapons. So this is what I've done here. And there's every magazine in the game, and obviously all the bobbleheads. That's the original one, and I've just, you know, kind of glitched a few of the SOE objects on them. So that's all our bobbleheads, so very usable, you know, more practical than the other settlements. We've got to deliver the Wastelander's friend and Kellogg's pistol. So that's our little display area. We've also have a water cooler, and this is a ton of stuff that I kind of glitched together just to, you know, fill up the corner. So through here we have our kitchen. It looks a lot bigger, even though, let's say, I sacrificed maybe 20% of the space to create this, but somehow it looks bigger once you know, section it off a bit. So this is our kitchen area. We've even got a cat. Meds here and alcohol. And through here we have our recreational area. This is where I've hidden my stairs. I don't use any major scrapping mods, they're too buggy and it just causes too many problems. So I tend to build around stuff that's in the way, so I have to sacrifice a certain amount of space. This is just some pieces of furniture that I glitched through the wall, and I made this fireplace. And the same with this guy. This is our second door to Diamond City. It's yeah, there's on the SOE mod there's some decoration kind of animations for flame and water and stuff like that. So I too tend to use them now and again, although they're very, very hard on script on cells, so I kind of use them sparingly, within reason. And we've got a bedroom here, again with a entertainment system. This one took 2 days, 48 hours, 58, 64 hours, 4 minutes. But a good amount of that time would have been taking up, you know, chatting and, you know, showing people settlements and that. So that's your bedroom. Now, I've made this stairs here so we can get up here, so some more magazines. And this is our storage. Again, I've, you know, reversed a lot of pieces here to create this, so you could store in a white area as well if you wanted to. That would be the Institute cabinet, and then, you know, the steamer trunk. So, a lot of storage. Tons here as well. And of course, we got our chemistry station, weapons, and armor workbenches. So, kind of compact. You're not taking up a ton of room. Didn't have a stairs, so I used some of the floor pieces to create our stairs. I even had to use furniture for this. And this goes out to the roof. Can't resist that. So that's home plate. It's pretty limited on Xbox what you can do, but you get a bit done. The last one we did was Nordhagen Beach. This one is a bit different. This is our attempt at a step pyramid. Oh, hi Lady Grey. How are you? Hope you've been well. So I'll run through this one pretty quickly. Dart. But it's a step pyramid, kind of, you know, all female Amazonian sacrifices, you know, shrines, that kind of thing. This one took 140-ish, I'd say. 5 days, what's that? Oh my. What 4 is, what, 98? 98, 122, about 143. I'm okay, I woke up an hour ago, can't get back to sleep. Oh. Oh, fine, thanks, Lady Grey. Hope you're doing well also. And I always do a settlement sign. This one we've called El Dorado. So, I'll quickly run to the inside. I'm extremely tired. I didn't have much sleep last night. Now, there's always a problem with assignment mats with lots of settlers, so I'm best off to sleep for an hour to get everyone back in their spaces. I should do it. How am I getting out of here? Here we go. So large gardens on each side. Basically the same on the other side. There's a moat here. It runs around this entire building and it breaks out here. Which in turn leads to This kind of layout.
If you work, you eat. It's simple as that.
Here we have a large shrine. That's the same flame animation I used on the cooker dart in home plate. Bit much for a cooker, but you know, better than nothing. Now, inside, yeah, we've gone with this kind of stuff as well. This is, well, you know, each side. We've done a decent amount of decorating on this as well. It's our sacrificial chamber. And we've got our worshippers and our
The farm's not much,
head dude.
but it's something.
And that's the smoke, guys, I'm thinking of using in the spa. We place that just above the water. It will look like, you know, it's actually like, you know, a spa.
Need to get back
I
to
think that
Diamond
would
City
work.
one of these days.
You know?
Biggest town I ever saw. Farming's as honest work gets. Yes?
Well, on each side this would lead out to a large walkway. You know, which leads to that door and the outer walkway. Basically on each side. And then as we go up here, oh, excuse me, so tired. Yeah, it took a reasonable amount of time. About, I think, 143 hours. My quickest one is about 46, and that was based on the movie Congo, King Solomon's Mines, the lost city of Zinj. But you should see the progress on this, let's say, on the VODs. I'll eventually get a chance to upload it to YouTube, but I've been kind of too tired lately. So something like this. Our bedrooms is 4 are pretty much the same. We built this from scratch. I think I might have a save here in the start, let's say, before we started, when I was doing the foundations. If I have, I'll show it to you. So all 4 bedrooms on each corner look like this with 4 beds. Well, there's 20 settlers, so we also have an invisible bed right here. You see that? Bed replacer. So it works out about 20. These pieces were really meant for balconies and roofs, but you know, that doesn't mean you can't use them for other things. But most of the stuff here would be from a mod called Snappy House Kid Xbox. And of course a few vanilla pieces as well. I've tried to make it look kind of ritual. And these 2 bedrooms are pretty much the same. Well, exactly the same. There's armor pieces as well, let's say, each side, between each of the bedrooms. So enough, let's say, for 20 settlers. On the opposite side of the doorway, we had a bit of room, so I went with this kind of look. And here, this is our throne and our Amazonian queen. The stuffed
Easy
wolf
living,
is
this
from the USO mod. Rarely use them. And as we go up, again we have another offering ritual area.
Ain't looking for trouble, I hope.
Which in turn leads up to our rooftop garden.
Lost track of how many blisters I got.
And this is the maximum height in vanilla for this settlement. I don't use mods to extend the height or the space I work on. We went with railings and we added some crows on this. There's actually some crows on the trees down there as well. Just forgot to show them. Now, the lighting in this is a bit different, Art. But again, I'll have to wait till dark. I use some yellow lighting on this to kind of highlight it a bit, which I think kind of works well with this particular build. Now let's get out of here. It's best we clear the weather up a little bit. It's kind of hazy. So this is the look, let's say, at night. And that's why we call this one El Dorado. And that's it, guys. That's Nordhagen Beach. Now, I'll load up my original save. But I gotta do this twice to avoid bugs. You know, loading this up and then loading exactly from where I'm from. I find, you know, the Xbox works a little bit better after I do that. Yeah, still on, just getting ready to go, that. I was just showing Dart some of my settlements before I left. Yeah, I'm absolutely spent. But I'll leave it here, guys. I want to thank everyone for watching and supporting. I appreciate it, guys. I will be going straight to a raid, so hopefully if you guys are not too tired, you might consider joining, if just for a little while. I will be back tomorrow at the same time. So what I do is, you know, Fallout 4 every second day. And we're doing Skyrim as well. We're doing a legendary difficulty survival one. That one is kind of fun. And good night, Dad. Thanks again for stopping by and following. I appreciate it. Okay, bye again, Des. Stay safe. I'll see you tomorrow, Cord. And thanks. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. And you too, lady. Have a good one. So, let's see who was on. Blonde. Yeah, take care, Blonde. Have a good one. And, yeah, Parker. Stay safe, Parker. And, let's see. I'm so tired I can't even remember who was on. And Dingleberry, thanks for stopping by. And of course Yappa. Have a good one, Yappa. And I think we mentioned Blonde. And of course Adazu. Thanks for hanging out, Adazu. I hope you have a good day. Let's see who else we have here. Oh my god, I can't believe it. And of course Tigger. Yeah, stay safe, Tigger. And thanks again for following Alana. I think it's pronounced that. The Y sounds as A-R-L-R. Alana. I'm not the best at reading tags, so my apologies. That's all I can see, guys. There's obviously much more. My apologies for not remembering everyone. But to everyone who was watching and lurking, I appreciate the support, guys. As I said, I will be back tomorrow at the same time. I try and push it for 6 hours every time, and most of the time I get there. But we're going straight to raid, and as usual I'll be staying on there as long as I can until I fall into oblivion. So I'll be going straight to raid. It takes me a little bit longer than usual, but not too much. Twitch has taken away a lot of features from raiding, so I kind of have to use 2 devices, so it takes me just about another 15 seconds more, so I hope you bear with me. Right, let's see who's streaming.